Hello, hello. Good day, everybody. So, I hope everybody is good and all that kind of thing. So, as per usual for today, we'll be going on to the Amiga cover disc here, and hello, Starly, and yes, we have that up on the screen, which I should talk about. So, we've got our first emote, made by Radford West. I should do a little shout out thing here just to show that. Like that. And so yes, that is who made our wonderful new emote. Hello. So yeah, I think that's mainly what I wanted to touch on, but yeah, I think that's all for introductions and stuff like that. So surprisingly, I was expecting to have more, because obviously since the last stream I've had, or the last couple of streams, I've had more to talk about. But this one, you know, we're just pretty much going to be going straight into the game, I think. Here, so let's see. Who's excited for some cricket? Some 1995 style cricket. We all excited for cricket? I mean, we know Dizzy likes interrupting cricket matches, or stealing people's legs, unfortunately, to play cricket. I don't think this is going to be interesting enough. I think that was one of the stories, wasn't it? I remember one of them, at least. Or did one of the characters say that it wasn't cricket or something? I don't know. Welcome to an exclusive demo of Audiogenic's new cricket game. Features to look out for in the demo: manual fielding, optional. The 6-hit button. Press the fire button when playing a stroke for extra power. It's tougher, more realistic, more fun. Oh dear. And there's a telephone number. Oh, this had an 01. So in 1995, we got 01 numbers. Now go and hit some 6s, because I have talked about telephone numbers before in the UK, but I won't get into that now. But yes, this has an 01, which is a change they made. Ooh, okay. 1-player game, mouse joystick. 2-player game, joystick. Computer versus computer. I think these are the ones we can select to start the game. Restore saved, and we don't have any skill level. Demo, we're not going to be able to change that. No, it doesn't look like it. Effects and music, well, we're being treated, aren't we? Now, we don't want to create teams or anything, so we have current match settings for 1 day, 2 overs, I think that would be, 2 innings, and LBW on. And that's the, as far as I understand it, leg before wicket, isn't it? Which, I'm guessing it means the ball hits your leg before it hits the wicket, and that's either good or bad, I'm not sure. Let me guess, I can only be England. No player. Well, do I want to select any players, or do I have to... What's my best 11? There we go. Those apparently the beach one. Sorry, the best players. So I've noticed here, I know this is going to be Graham Gooch, and that's, you know, a win for me on noticing players of sports. Because okay, fine. I was trying to scroll down and everything went a little bit out of control there. Opposing team, is it going to be Australia? Yeah, just automatically pick them, I don't care. I think we've got like steel drums. Ooh, what do we want to do? So we get a call. Do we do heads or tails? Does anybody want to say in chat, or should I just pick one? I'll say whatever the first person says, or heads. Okay. It's a 10p. Oh dear. They want to bat first, do they? So we get to run around. No, that looks good to me. I think. I'm not sure. Did we play this before? Because I remember that head flipping animation. Start of the first innings, Australia to bat. Ooh, fancy effect. Benjamin to Slater. So do I. Oh, there I go. I can change the little box. Oh dear. No, it's all gone wrong. I missed. Okay, I don't know if I can change. There we go. Aim there. Bowl speed. Oh, do I need to do something to keep up the bowl speed? Yay! I got them out. I don't know how, but I got them out. Benjamin to Boone. Hello, Boone. Oh no, I'm going to miss. Do I wiggle? I think, oh, you have to wiggle the... I think we have played this before, or at least I have played this before on stream. Or something. Because I remember some of the awkwardness about this. Okay. I have to... No, that didn't work. No, run, get the ball, throw the ball. And yes, you do the thing and hit the thing, or did they get safe? So this is like baseball, but with big bats. So if you know baseball, just imagine with bigger bats and fewer bases. Oops. Can I wiggle? No. See, wiggling is much easier with... no, throw the ball. Okay, run to it. Hi. I don't know what's happening. Wiggling is easier with the joystick than it is with a joypad. Right. Yeah, aim. Okay. Or I could change it over to my joystick. Here's with all the weird words. Cricket is way worse. Oh, I've got to grab the ball and then run over here. Okay. Fine. Yep, that's cool. Okay. No, well, we're cool. Whatever wants to happen now. Last over of the first innings. Really? It's very short, hasn't it? Do I still... Oh no, they're batting now. So, ooh. I just... Oh, do I do it now? No, I do. Oh no, there. I'm confused. Pretty sure I'm still doing the batting, but it looked like it was following my my instructions. Hi, I want to try. Oh, am I doing that now? I don't know what's happening here. Am I think I'm aiming this now. Oh dear, we're going out of control. So I change over to my stick. Is that going to help? Well, I got the stumps. I think that's a good thing, isn't it? So did it pass to us? Because oh, I don't know. Cricket is complicated. Wiggle the stick. Yay! Hello, Chaos. Nice to see you. We got an emote. We got an emote, Chaos. I got an emote. We got an emote. Whatever the. Oh dear. Oh no. It's just not cricket. Yay! That one. It's very cute. Rat Western chat made it. Okay, I want to do that. And then speed ball. Hi. I'm not quite sure exactly how that all works, but then there we go. Okay, aim there and go wiggle. I'm sure you can hear me wiggling that stick there. Oh no, grab that and yeah, do a thing. I don't even understand the scoring of this game. So, okay, that looks good. How's that? You hit the ball and then the people do running. Oh dear. people. Select player to move. I don't know. We've got an aggressive player. Select new position. I don't want to do that. Well, we're okay. We're fine. I don't want to select people. I just want to play the game. That's fine. Pap. Oh. I pushed a button, but it didn't seem to want to work. Hi. Oh, you're going over there, are you? There we go. Oh, it's gone. Run, run, run. No, don't turn back. Or did they catch it? They caught it. Oh, no. Does that mean I got caught out? Oh, dear. Wiggle, wiggle, wiggle. Do that. I do this. I knock it over there. Cool, run. Oh, why do they keep catching my ball? That's not fair of them, is it now? Rigged indeed. I shall complain to the cricket authorities. Oh dear. It all went a bit wrong somehow. Uh-oh. About there, huh? Cool. Last over. I thought it was the last over of the first innings before, and McDermott to Stewart. Oh, I'm still batting. They have 7-4, and I have 0-3. I knocked it downwards. Well, that didn't really help me too much, did it? Oh, I know what I can try and do. I can look to see where the people are on the field. Whoop, nope. Well, for all we know, it could be, couldn't it? Oops, a little too early. So I don't think that people would come out to see these people professionally play cricket. Oh, come on. Oh, it's low, is it? And that's why I'm not getting it. Okay, so it's going all the way back there. Oh. Yeah, I didn't fancy running there. So I know something about cricket. Oh no. Is that you don't want them to hit the stumps like that. I don't know about the scoring. Scoring is very, very complicated to me. But you have to hit the ball, and if you hit the ball, then you get to run back and forth between the stumps. And I'm aiming, okay, about there. Oh yeah, wiggle, 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 wiggle. It's good that when I don't know what I'm doing, I seem to win. An alien. Shh, don't tell anybody. Uh-oh, this is going wide. Going wide. But they hit it. Oh, 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 why can't I just catch them out? Oh no, that's like, is that 3 or something points they get? Wiggle, wiggle, wiggle. Fast ball. Well, they didn't really try, did they? Wiggle. Yeah. Did it just hit the person behind in the face? What are they called? The ball catchy person. The stump. Stump friend. No, I just killed someone. Cricket ball to the face. It's not a good way to go. Backstop, maybe. That sounds more baseball-y, but I don't know. Crimes! Well, you know what to do if there are crimes. I think I've had enough cricket. I think that's about as much cricket I can do for the day. So let's go on to 54B here. And see what is on here. Greatest game ever made, indeed. And thank you very much for the Be Gay Do Crimes. Oh, we have like expandy things going on here. Okay, so R3 and Blob Combat. Interesting. Well, let's wait until it tells us what to do, because you remember before, Wicket Keeper. That sounds more right, yes. We wait for it to tell us what the instructions are and how to decrunch all these things before just going swapping discs and things, otherwise it'll just break and that won't be any good. So it's normally a little faster than this, isn't it? Okay, insert a disc to expand to in DFO, then press return. Okay. So we want our test 1 disc here. And if I go OK, and then backstop was a term ages ago, but Wicket Keeper is more current. Okay, how current? And thank you for looking that up. And unless you know this stuff, and this is all out of your brain because you're very very down with your cricket. That's what it's called now. Yeah. I mean, you don't know when it came in that it was called Wicket Keeper. It wasn't just like 5 years ago or anything. No, that's okay. Expand Blob Combat. Next, we have to put our disc back in, and it'll think about it a bit. I said you miss out the nice kind of noise of the disk drive going away. But here we go. Insert another disk. So we've got our test 2 disk, which we usually have to expand things to, and then wait for it to recognise it a little bit, and then press return. Here we go. And then we can see what these other games are. Now, I'm guessing, because we had that was the Silly Putty thing, wasn't it? Or the Putty Squad thing that had the things that looked like blobs. Did we have another blob game? Or not? I can't remember. We had the bouncy ball thing which changed into different things, didn't we? I think it was called Metamorphosis, wasn't it? So I'm not sure what this is, but there's blobs and they're apparently doing combat. I'm guessing probably based on Read Error 0. That's good. Probably based on like Mortal Kombat, or making fun of or whatever, being a parody of Mortal Kombat or such. But R3 was first, I think. An interesting thing about the screen resolution, there was a game that I noticed last time, the taxi one, which got cut off a bit at the top of the screen. Which, this you can see here, the workbench screen is pretty much the line of that is at the top of the screen here, or it's just gone by, but so anything that's above that is kind of like above where they expected you to be able to see anything. So it's quite surprising for things to be cut off up there, but that's why the emulator here gives you as much window as it does, just in case the games did anything strange. Ooh. The Art of Rocketry. Okay. F1 1 player, F2 2 player. Okay. Control, thrust up, missile down. We've seen things like this before. Fire. Ooh, press shift to change controls. No, I don't want a demo. Can I? Oh, created by Bruce Webster. Give all your friends a copy. Well, This is on a demo disc, as I said. Which one was it? Let me just check it out. Amiga Power cover disc 54B. So if you want to find this, yeah, I know, very bold. So how do I start? You're going to go through all this. Oh, and there's like you can do things on the keyboard, and it's got some symbols as well to indicate that. The Intergalactical Unified Alliance of Nice People, so Iguanp, almost iguana, isn't it, but not quite, have had all their precious cargo pinched by the vile Zixophage Empire. You have been hired. Your gallant mission to retrieve the beloved property from the Zixophage Death Squad artillery. A generous 1,000 credits has been provided for you to buy a capable ship to begin your intrepid journey. Would you like lots of levels, a fancy level editor, a clear conscience, and more? Get the registered version. Oh, look, they have New Zealand dollars down here. Scone or scone in Scotland, apparently. Antica Street, that's an interesting name. Yeah, we can all be friends of opossums. Okay, F1 was the first player. Or one player. Ooh. Okay. This is our ship, so we can have the Fart. Who wants a ship called Fart? This ship is hopeless. And you got insipid, I don't know if I should say that, but a revision which isn't that much better than the original, and then Blobby. This ship has a better shield than Insipid and improved handling. Well, since we got class 2, a Smelly, Squeal, and Spurt. Oh dear, these are not good names. Bloat, Splue, and Rhino. Spark, Silas, and Scoot. Fuzz, Grillp, and Shmoo. Interesting. Well, we'll get a Blobby ship. Oh, excuse me. At the moment. If you hear any sniffing or coughing, I've been sniffy and coffee a bit today. A little bit, not a lot. I had tea, not coffee, earlier just as well, in case anybody was going to inquire on such things. Fuel low, that's good. Hang on here. Now we know how Mr. Bloppy got here in a spaceship. Oh, that's interesting, isn't it? Seems our ship is powered by frogs. Interesting. And it can take a little bit of damage. What am I doing though? Oh, that's a missile. What is this? Is this a gift? That is cargo? Gosh. There's a lot of noise on the screen, isn't there? Money. Oh, that's nice. By noise I mean visual noise. Lot of stuff going on. Please return to base. Okay. So I'm getting paid for picking up the cargo. I like the wow kind of noise it makes. Is this base? I don't think this is base. Was base down here? This looks more like base, doesn't it? Ugh, there we go. 100% objectives. Give up. Trade in Blobby or continue? Well, we don't have much to trade in for, do we? So we'll continue. We may not even get the full trade-in value. Okay. Oh, we can see me on there. Interesting. Okay. What is my objective? Some more of those square things. Oh dear. Not that way then. Not up. Do I need to shoot up? That sounded like a painful door, didn't it? Like the door was screaming. Oh dear. These are very interesting sound effects. Oh dear. Well, I destroyed that turret. Oh, it looks like these are my Are these my objectives here? They are my objectives. I have more to do. Oh dear. Is this a thing I can collect? Money! Nice. Oh, there's another square. Seems to be past what I need. Oh, cargo, okay. Okay, so then now it's highlighted, okay. And... I really think the engine in this thing needs looking at. Does that not affect... Ooh! Fancy doors! Or is this back... Oh no, here we go. Some cargo. Can I pick up the cargo? Cargo in cargo? Hold? No. Cargo no go in cargo hold. Was this where I came from before? Where was my starting area? Not sure it was here. I could do with a map, I could say. Maybe there is one? I do remember there being a button that said, or some instructions which said there was a button for the map. Yeah, the sound effects are very curiously interesting. Okay, anything over here? Past, whatever this is. I'm not sure what these things here are, but... Anything more? Oh, it's back around here, is it? I'm guessing I still can't pick that up. So where did I start? Where's my launching pad thing? Or am I kind of looking in the wrong place? Oh, it's through here, wasn't it? I can see myself on my missile scan thing. Okay, do I need to drop off some things before I can pick up other things? Yeah, looks like it. There we go, so we croak our way over this way. So the little layout at the bottom, there where it shows the kind of the ship and like the interior and all that, kind of reminds me of FTL, if you've seen that. FTL, Faster Than Light, I think it's called. It's quite a fun little game. I have done a few videos, I think, of it on my YouTube channel. Might be another thing to play on here at some point. Yeah. I probably have it on my list. It's just like I keep on thinking of games. It's like, oh, I remember that game. Have I got it on my list already? And it's like, yes, I already have that one on my list. Sometimes I find ones which I don't have on my list, which is always a good thing. It's like, oh, I didn't think of that one. That's good to put on the list. I'm rich, yes. I can trade in my blobby now. It's a strange phrase to say, but I can have a... No, I can't have a sploo. I'm kind of grateful that I can't have a sploo. Ideal for family outings, this large economical ship should serve... I got tongue twisted, yeah, it's the tongue that's doing the kind of noises. Let's try that again. Ideal for family outings, this large economical ship should serve well. I should do the, what is it, the... She sells seashells on the messed that up as well. She sells seashells on the seashore. And what was it? I forgot. There's one there that kind of is apparently a very, very used. Yes, very used by people in acting apparently, which is like baby buggy bumper or something like that. I can't remember exactly what it is, but apparently I've seen that on like at least a couple of shows. Let's try what Starly's saying here. So it's she sells seashells on the seashore, but the seashells aren't seashells, I'm sure. No, not quite there. But we can trade in our blobby for a bloat. Sounds like after you've eaten a lot of food, doesn't it? You start off a bit blobby and then get a bit bloaty and all that kind of thing. Anyhow, do I pick this up? It's right here. Hee hee, cargo. Cargo can go back here because I've picked it up. No, I think I've seen it in, like, at least... Ooh, I have a zappy gun instead of a shooty round gun. Oh dear. But yeah, it's like rubber baby buggy bumper or something like that. Oh dear. Ah! Uh-oh, shield low. Oh, not good. Not good. I'm mistreating my bloat badly. Warning. Warning. Kind of sounds like... Was it Flood? Mario. It's actually a good one. Normally I don't quite get as good as that. Ooh, health, health. Oh, health, health, help me, help me. Mario, your shields are low, Mario. Yeah, it's getting worse, isn't it? Oh no, I can't. Ah, yeah. Oh dear. The first one was good. I should have ended there with the Marios in Flood's voice. Never mind. Give up or buy new ship. Well, I don't think I'm going to get a good ship, am I? Oh, great. Well, it's the only ship I can have. Well, I think I've got little pictures of them at the bottom as well. I wasn't checking that before. Okay, so each class says no. Okay, is it the only one I can buy? I guess I'll have a fart then. Let's see how well our fart ship can do. Predictably. But this does have the panic shots. Oh dear. Please. Can I? Oh no. Can I go through these doors here? It seems safer. Oh dear. My poor little fart ship. Ah! Oh no. They're not a friend. They're not a friend. Can't you tell my ship is hopeless? My ship is merely some kind of... You know those little kind of blower things which are made out of rubber? You put in your mouth and you blow and it goes... Yeah. Or but like this kind of thing. That's what it sounds like. Oh no, my stabilizers have gone wonky. My fart is going awry. Oh, please. It's always the way, isn't it? You can't control your fart. Oh dear. You can never get it to go where you want it to go. Ah. Oof. Oh dear. You're dead! At least they say it in fancy writing. I'm quite happy. I mean, they should have a little jaunty ragtime tune along to this, didn't they? Ding, 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 you're dead. Or something like that. Anyhow, we were blobby. We did get to be a bloat. Then we were just a fart. And then we were nothing. It's almost poetic, isn't it? If we weren't talking about farts, that is. Anyhow, that was actually a fairly good game. Kind of fun. Might be fun with 2 players or such. So let's see what the other one is like here. Brigade Crimes. Yep. Markers complete. There we go. So I just figured out in between streams how to find the queue for my channel points and things like that. But yes, let's have a look at the workbench, because I kind of like tried to show it off last time, and it didn't really want to play along. But here we go. You can like look at different things here. We have execute command and redraw things, updates, last message that kind of appears at the top here, I think. So if you do anything, if you do like the read here, it'll bring up this by Pink Pig Software by Dan Blackburn, Dave McGlashan and Rich Sirrett. Simply an addictive game which requires only 1 or 2 friends. Oh no. Well, we're mostly out of luck here. I tried to do a scroll wheel. I will admit to that. I tried to do a scroll wheel. It's only a demo, okay. Costs only £6, and you get 20 levels. And a copy of the source code as well. Well, that's generous of them, isn't it? The satisfaction of helping a fledgling software company in its infancy. Send a cheque or postal order for £6, £7.50 outside the UK, payable to Pink Pig Software. Yeah, double click the thing. There's a bunch of other things. Amiga didn't have a scroll wheel, no. It had a very interesting looking mouse, kind of a grey angular box. Just imagine like a DeLorean but has a mouse, but kind of less flash. And that's kind of like an Amiga mouse. Okay. Ooh, who's that then? I don't know who that is. Dave Llewellyn, I guess. But there we go. So if we went up here and went last message, it was saying attempting to load the program for reading, which is PP More. And I don't know why it's called PP More. It's just that's what it's called. But if we click on Blob Combat now, you get an idea of Workbench. It's kind of laid out a little bit like Mac OS, isn't it? With the taskbar thingy on the top and such. Obviously they didn't have like the quick selection things, because when you loaded it into any game, I think the Workbench was kind of in the background, but it mostly just took up the whole screen rather than you being able to switch between software. Cool. There's a blob. You kind of already saw some information in the thing, so I'll just go to start game. I don't know the tune. Ooh, interesting. So yeah, this looks like, well, there are similar games to this, aren't there? Oops, did I mess up? Oh dear. I think I messed up by pushing a button I shouldn't have pushed. Ugh. Oh dear. Yeah, I think I messed up there by pushing a button I shouldn't have pushed. Let me restart things here and just encourage things along a little. By fast forwarding. Blob combat. Yep, we've seen the blob before. Very nice. Oh, now I'm this blob over here. Oh, now I'm going off that way. Is this being affected by this, or? Interesting. I think there's... Oh, this is a conveyor belt floor. I see. Oh, I have wings now. Interesting. So I'm guessing we're supposed to just like Mario on the other one. Yeah. There's a bouncing ball. I don't know what that's for. But yeah, so if there was another player, this would be a thing. I've seen kind of modern or more modern versions of this kind of game. Normally involves shooting. But yes, definitely a two-player game there. Not much to do on your own apart from bounce on another blob's head. So, next up, what do we have? That was 54B. 54B, there we go. 55A. Have we reset? What delights does this one bring us? OTM and Amiga Power present a playable demo of virtual karting. VK is the fastest and most detailed full-screen texture-mapped game the Amiga has ever seen. So this is great. This apparently is brilliant for the Amiga, so keep that in mind. It's incredibly fast, playable and realistic and offers the only driving experience. 25 frames per second, right up to 50 frames per second on accelerated machines. Fly-by helicopter circuit previews, 3D view or 2D overhead game views. Hang on, I was reading that. I put a save down, by the way. Qualifying and intelligent computer cards. Realistic kart effects. 100cc and 125cc cards. 3 devious tracks. And they have a telephone number as well, of course. 827. What was that? I don't really have a thing in front of me which tells me what letters they would correspond to. But anyway, this is quite low down in the screen. Interesting. A Virtual Karting by Fabio Bizzetti. Let's see what Fabio has put together for us. I hope it's Fabio. Fabulo? Fabius? No. Doesn't work, does it? Definitely doing a lot of loading. It must be those very intelligent carts it was talking about. And probably a very, very detailed and exciting racetrack. Ooh! And it was $24.95 when it came out on the 10th of October 1995. Wow. Somehow it's really low in the screen. I don't know why. Let's just race. Oh. Okay. I'm not sure if I like this. I'm not sure. I don't know if it's working properly or not, but ow. Wow. Oof. Wow, yeah, this is certainly high-speed action. And I'm doing better than I do at a lot of other race games, I must say, by keeping to the track. You just had to speak, didn't you, Katie? Yeah, I mean, woof, maybe it looked better on a CRT, that's all I can say. I think there's some kind of glitchiness going on as well. If you look at is it left foot? Come on, we need to drift. Do I have a drift button? Oh, no. I have a crash into the wall button. I don't want that. Gosh. Maybe... Ooh. Maybe that's what it was like. Maybe it was the emulation. Gosh. A Ghostfoot. Yes, I have to pay attention to the law. Let me just check, see if I can find any instructions or anything. By the way, the website that I use for the Amiga cover discs or the Amiga magazine rack is now back working properly. It seemed to be having some problems, but it seems to have the discs up for download again, so that's good if you want to have a look at them. Okay. Frame rate an unexpanded A1200, so it does need an A1200, it looks like. But it does look rough, doesn't it? Oof. I have to admit, the screenshots kind of look a little better. Get back into the game. Hang on, I'm not doing anything here. I'm not doing anything here. You weren't playing for me all along, were you? You weren't playing for me all along and pretending I was good, were you? I don't think so. I don't think it's crashing quite as much. And look, it's catching up with the other racer. No, this must just be a demo. Yeah, it looks like the screenshot they took in the magazine here is a little friendly to it. Let me see if I can bring up anything on the Google. I'm guessing it just would have looked a little better with the actual okay, 3D view, 2D view, driving, digital, mouse, analog. Yeah, I was trying to have a little look and see. Yeah, but that's definitely a little rough there. But you know, it was a good frame rate. I can't fault them on that. 55B, I think that makes the next one. Let me just double check. Yes, 55B. So yeah, I mean, oof, yeah, a little rough, but here we go. Okay, so this one, we've got Poweroids, AGA, which means Advanced Graphics something, which is what the A1200 would have had. And you can see PAL, obviously, what we use in the, or I don't know if we still use it in the UK. I mean, how much has that been outdated with the whole, you know, HDMI and all that kind of thing? It's probably very outdated now, isn't it, if I think about it for more than a moment. But yes, PAL was the one that was kind of like NTSC was the American one, and so that's what you've got there. And AGA is this thing which it's mentioning here. Look at all this graphics memory and this other memory as well. It's almost like I chose that in the settings. Anyway, so we've got Poweroids and Slider. So let's have a look at Poweroids first. Excuse me. What do you mean? Some kind of asteroids thing, but with more power. How much power do you think it can have? How much more power could asteroids possibly have? Oh. So Matthias Bock, I think we've seen them before. Wolfgang Herzig, Alex Pfeiffer. I'm not sure how to say that. So we are starving programmers. Additional lunch packets are welcome. Okay, so one player game, arcade mode, press button or 10 to start. Cool. Well, we kind of have an idea. Poor things. I'm guessing I'm supposed to say poor things. So yeah, usual. Ooh, and that's the teleport. Yep. I have my cursor on screen. I realise this. Can I hold it down to fire? No. Ooh. Out of the way. Well, first impressions. I don't see the power, you know, compared to original asteroids. Perhaps we shall get to that. Ah. Ooh, hello. The rocks just want to be friends. Okay, where's the other rock? There it is. Apparently you can have 4 players upon here. Don't know if that's all at the same time. What? I'll move the cursor mostly out of the way. Ooh. So, I mean, it's not wireframe like, you know, the old school asteroids, but, oh, hello. Oh dear, I should have teleported. Ah! Just missed the teleport there. Ooh, what? Hello! Ah! I think I got it. Without even really knowing where it was, and panicking slightly, I got it. So I was asking Starly here in the chat about other emotes, and she did suggest a panic one, so maybe that is... Ooh! Maybe that is applicable. Oh, it's still going on now, is it? Oh dear. Ba ba ba. Oh, Star Fox is on here. That's good. Anyhow, just grooving around to the unintentional woo 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 woo. What slider? Is this a sliding block puzzle game? What do we think? I think it was well before the mini burger things that are called sliders. Oh wow, I have to double click on an Amiga power disc, do I? It's interesting. Couldn't even link the game to the menu properly. Okay, there's the menu. Did this break somehow? There's slider, yep. Just kicks you to the workbench and says, you do the loading. We did enough. Wow. Gosh. Taking a long time to load this for whatever reason, isn't it? Let me fast forward it. Yes, it's a sliding block puzzle. Ah! Can't allocate sounds? Oh no. Well, okay, hi. Oh, we can change a lot of things over here. Always solvable, that's a good... Yeah, so always solvable is a good thing to have, because if you remember, I'm not quite sure when it was, but in one of my earlier streams, we had one which wasn't solvable, which is obviously not great, and we can change the width and the height and that, but we'll go for the standard 15 puzzle, I think. So if we shuffle it up a bit, ooh, my. It has a little timer as well for us, does it? Okay. Well, let's try. Oh, I can move more than one at once. That's always useful to have. Oh dear, I'm not trying to speedrun a sliding block puzzle. Oh dear. Oof, 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 oof. Arc. Oof. Yep, we're kind of getting there. 4, then 5 is over here. Cool. 6 is all the way down there. What are you doing down there, 6? Is it counting my moves as well? Oh dear. Well, you go there, and 7 and 8, that's all kind of in the wrong places if I do that, isn't it? So, well, this might not be the quickest way to do it, but it's certainly a way that's going to work. Come on. So 8, 9. That's the one that comes after 8. 9. Okay, 9, 10, 11, 12. 13 really we want down the bottom there. So if we shuffle things back around, if we get 13, so 9, 10, 13, 14. Yeah, so if we do this, this should get everything nicely into place there. We just need to shuffle these around. There we go. 9. It didn't take me 9 minutes, did it? I'm sure that wasn't 9 minutes. Well, what is it trying to say here? Was that counting up properly? Oh, it's doing that because I've got it on fast forward. Ugh. I think you want not a space between the exclamation mark and the... Oh, the ad quote there, Scully. Yes, I still had it on fast forward. So I can definitely beat that PB, I'm sure. Oh, maybe I need to retime it to find out exactly how long it actually took. Oh dear. Well. So that was 55B. Let's see what else is next. 55B on to 56A. I don't know why I went slightly Kermit there. Yep, space between quote and the number as well. Woo! There are 3 games on here for you. The demo of Koala... Let's reset that and make sure we can actually read things, because reading things is a good thing. Cover disc. So, Koala requires an 020 processor and ECS chipset. This means it will run on an accelerated A500 Plus or an A1200. Plords will run on an A600 or A1200. Ultimate Quiz 1 will run on any 1 meg machine. However, if you've only got 1 meg, you'll need a spare disk for it, as it has to be transferred onto a separate disk. This disk will do that automatically for you. Just get a blank formatted disk ready. Well, I have an A1200 with 4 extra megabytes of RAM, so we should be able to do any of these here. So, I've only got 1 meg, but I still want to play Ultimate Quiz. Can I, please? Please? Yes, get a spare blank formatted disk, then press F8. I don't know why I went a bit, whatever I went. I was thinking Oliver Twist, but I'm not quite sure if it kind of went into that as much as I was trying to. So, we have documentation as well here. So, let's... Quote 8, yes. That's... Oh... Interesting. Quote 9 is the quote 9 one. Can I play Ultimate Quiz, please? Or whatever. Well, excuse me. We'll have a look at the Koala Demo first. Because we usually go in order. Tis a good way to think and to arrange things. Ooh, this is not what I was imagining, I have to say. I was not expecting war crimes. Nobody expects the war crimes. Do I have to click here then? Continue, please. Koala, cute name, deadly weapon, playable demo. Koala has been developed by Bitfusion and will be published by Empire Interactive early October 95. The demo is PD. Feel free to give it to your friends. The full game features dozens of action-packed missions, a mission editor, 4 unique helicopters to fly, a variety of terrain types, super smooth, high-quality graphics, developed with the Navigator VR engine. Ooh, sounds amazing. Atmospheric SFX. So, kicking dance soundtracks, high score table, in-game point system, hit point system, airstrike option if you have earned it, special moves available to the AK-88 Koala helicopter, unique rotate and zoom functions. Ooh. You're adding a lot to this list, aren't you? So, the theatre we're in is Central America. That's not a fancy theatre. This menu item is not available in this demo. Well, fine. It is dawn. We are on a defensive mission. We have the Apache gunship. Missiles and guns, probably. I have a Hall of Fame. We can enter the battlefield. They're there. Oh, no. Oh, wow. This looks... oof. Ooh, uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh, no. There's a helicopter there. Oh no, this turns my whirlies up a bit. Okay, there we go. Ooh, my whirlies are going now. Okay, we kind of... Ooh, and then we do that. Can I actually look... Ah! Interesting. And that's just that, is it? Do I get another view apart from... Ah, that's full power, is it? Oh dear. If I turn my whirlies down... If I turn my whirlies off... I didn't crash, that's good. Whirlies on full. Whee! I don't know if I can change my view or anything like that. Oh, I pushed a button. I might have broken it, I don't know. No, we're still going. Oh dear, my thing went red. Oh, and it's gone blue and all the other colours. We're spinning around. Doesn't look good for us. Okay, is that shooty mode? That shooty mode? Is that shooty mode? Oh dear. Let's push a bunch of buttons. Flare released. Cool. Is that because I push P? Yes, it's because I push P. Let's try and find some controls here, otherwise we'll just be spinning round and round in circles and we won't really get anywhere. It's got a groove, hasn't it? Unts, 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 unts. No, unfortunately, where I would look for things here, it doesn't actually have all the scans, which is unfortunate. So I'm not quite sure how we are supposed to do any shooties. Because yeah, that's all did that. Oh no, that quits to the emulator menu. Oh, I have a hand cam. Look at that, isn't that fancy? I'm apparently grey. Interesting. Okay, and I got that view, and then that view. Oh, a front view! We are lucky. We have a front view out of our helicopter here. Can I... Ooh, it's the behind view. Ooh, very behind view. And there's our helicopter, looking very fancy. And there's, yeah, the weird side view thing, but then it brings up our radar as well if we do that. So where is my front view there? Does that bring up the radar as well? No. Okay, how can I arm anything? No, we don't want to fall down. This changes the look of the thing, doesn't it? No, I can't seem to push any buttons to make it do anything interesting. So yes, well, helicopter game, I'm not quite sure, because it doesn't have the instructions in available to me. There may be more scans of this up on different places, but currently I don't know how to control this at all, which is normally the case with these helicopter games, really. Ooh, lots of choppity-choppities going on there. Do I have an altimeter? Woo! Well, it does good explosions, doesn't it? Well, there we go. Oh, it has some documentation here as well. I suppose we could have read that. If you want me to read the documentation and try and play the helicopter shooty game again, please let me know. Otherwise, I will just look at plords. I mean, I'll look at the helicopter shooty game after. Ooh, okay, I pushed the wrong button. Fine. How do I... Okay, space. There's lots of things, so that's what I'll need to look at. It's F3 for the other game, is what I need to be doing. But yes, if anybody wants me to try and look over the instructions and play the helicopter game, please let me know. I shall get back to that if you do. Otherwise, we can look at whatever this plords is. And the mouse pointer has the future logo on, which was the obscure standard version, the obscure Sunday 20 whatever. These people, I was going to say the mouse pointer had the future magazine's logo on, which is the people who published the Amiga Power and a bunch of other ones. 24th of September 1995, apparently this was made. It was Glenn McNamee, I guess, Anthony Putson, and some other people. But you can read that later if you need to. Obscure plords. Oh yes, I ported the normal ones, haven't you? And hello, the most crub. Nice to see new people around here. Okay, so player 2 CPU, player 1 mouse. I guess so. Level 1 sound effects, cool. 5 seconds. Well, let's see what it's like. Enter player name 1. Well, do I... There we go. There. Ooh, I had a follow. Thank you for the follow. Katie. And see what we're doing. Oh my. Okay, I maybe don't want to control this by mouse. Oh dear. So that added 3, that adds 5. Yeah, very, very colourful. If I go for 7, if I go for 10, or am I just adding numbers together here? And we're trying to get the highest number or something. It is kind of right, isn't it? That one, I probably want to play this with a joystick more than anything else. Oh no, I have to pick one of these. Well, I'll pick the 4. 5. This is a very strange game. It's far too much action. What if I just don't pick one? I don't want to. Oh, it picked one for me, okay. And probably picked the worst one, didn't it? Oh dear. Okay, fine. Fine. Oh, I get +2. That's nice. Okay. -4. I don't think I'm going to win here. But I think I have an idea of what I'm doing now. There we go. So yeah. Okay. So, can I do this with the joystick instead? Let's try. Yeah, we'll go with Katie again. Do I have to push enter? I do. Right. So I want lots of oh no, I wanted lots of points. Why did you not want to give me lots of points? Yep. Oh, this 8 over here looks good. Oh dear, I don't want any of these. 7, yes. 10 me. Oh, no, 7. Yep, 4. Oof, there's nothing good here. Oh dear. 1. Gosh. Oh, wait a minute. I think I go horizontally, they go vertically. Oh my gosh, there's even more. Oh no. The strategy. Why did there have to be strategy? Oof, I don't want to get the 1 there. Well, it's the best if I don't let them get the 1 there, isn't it? Okay, 3. And they let me get the 1. Okay. So I don't want to go to get the 10s, and I've only got the 3 I can get there anyway. Then go 7, and I can go to 9, so they get the 10. That's good. It's okay if you're not following this. Yeah, they're going to get the 1, aren't they? I think I figured it out, but it is a bit complicated. Yeah, I'm just going to follow that down. And did I? Katie won by 21 points. Excellent. Yeah, that's interesting. I'm not quite sure what else to say about it at the moment. There's a lot of strategy, possibly. There's certainly some strategy. Because I don't know if people got the idea, but I was controlling... my controls only went across and their controls went up and down. So I could select rows and they could select in columns. So if you were being a little bit tricksy, you could try and find ones which, if you picked a certain number, it wouldn't necessarily be the best for you, but it would make them pick an even worse one. Or would keep them away from the good ones you wanted to click the plus points in to start off with. So, yeah, it's a little bit... Wow, a little bit complicated. No, I don't want to go back to here. Can I quit out of this and look at the... Well, it's nice of you to say again, Chaos. As you say, everybody needs to hear it occasionally. And I do believe Chaos is a good 2. Can I select different times? Oh, what? 0 seconds? How is that supposed to work? Is it just like infinite time then? I hope it is, because I don't... Take that. You are good. So this gives you a little more time to think about it and to learn how to play the game. So yeah, so I can see I can't go up or down, so I can only go across, and it's like, oh, I kind of want the 9 here, but that also puts... I can use my pointer here, can't I? Wait a minute, here we go. So I can only go across in this row here like this. So if I pick the 9 here, they can go down and pick the 10. So I was like, maybe I don't want to do that. So I want to try and find one which isn't as good for them. So this is like the one that's not as good for them. It only gets me 5 points though, and it only gets them, 9 versus 10. So I'd lose out on 4 points. They'd only lose out on 1 point. So is it really worth it? And then obviously they would want to try and go there, so I could try and grab the 9 instead. But then obviously if I've done that, they're going to grab that 9 as well. But if they do that, I can go the 10. So, let's see what happens. If I say grab the 9 here, they're going to go for the 10, as I said. So if I now go for the 9, they're going to look up. They're probably going to grab the 9 here, which means I can get the 10, unless they're clever. They're being clever, but that still does put me in the line to get a 10 here, which obviously means they can get a 9 or such. But I don't want to get that column. If I got the 2, they would still get more points than me. 4, they could still get 7. So still, really, I think this is the best one to go through. Oh, I'm not quite sure what they're doing. Anyhow, so yeah, there's a 10 there, there's a 10 there. So I want to try not to grab those. But if I grab this, I get the 7. So if I go here, they'll get 3 less points. But if I go here, then I'll get 5 less points. So, which is the best, really? If they're going to go for the 10, if they do, I don't know, maybe they're going to be strategic about it and not to do that. But if they do go for the 10, then obviously I can pick the 8 there. And if they go for that 10 there, obviously I don't have a good selection. So if I go for this one instead, obviously they can pick the 10, but I can go for this, and they can pick the 9, and I don't get a great selection. So maybe this wasn't the best way to go. This is all the thinking that you'd have to be doing. Could you do that in 5 seconds? I suppose if you've practiced this enough, you might have a chance and thought through it. So this is kind of interesting. I don't know if I'd want to try and get good at it, but it's certainly an interesting game. Actually, no, we don't want to do that. We want to reset back to the menu. Actually, I had to save, didn't I? Here we go. So we have the ultimate quiz. Are people in the chat wanting to do an ultimate quiz as well? Apparently, it's the ultimate quiz. So it's the last quiz you'll ever need. Yeah. Well, let's hopefully it doesn't give us... I don't know what we're quizzing ultimately. You're happy to help. Well, let's see. If it's got timers on it, then obviously it's going to be a bit more complicated. But let's try the ultimate quiz. The Ultimates. Oh no, I don't know anything about that comic book series. I guess I am going to need some help. I'm just going to check a thing. Okay. Not going to mention anything at the moment, but interesting. And this okay. Please note this picture has been reduced from a high-res 64 colour screen to low-res 32 colours to be used as a preview only. Quiz 2 features 52 colours on screen at once, even on a non-AGA Amiga. Features include bonus rounds, save scores to disk, timer on-off, extra credit cheat mode and more. Any subject can be played by inserting a data disk. From Andy Gibson. I have a feeling I've known somebody before with a name like that. Can't think of who at the moment. And probably if anybody knows, then don't say in the chat. Unless it's a famous person or such. And that portrait up there, I'm not quite sure what to say about them. They don't look very happy, do they? Anyway, licenseware from $4.99 plus 50p postage and packaging and pop music data disc and full instructions on how to create your own. Wow. And earn money from. No coding experience required. If you like Volume 1, then Volume 2 is a must. Okay, so do I get to start? Do I click? I do click. Okay. Andy Gibson's Amiga software. Yeah. Ooh, made with Amos. Cool. Da 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 da. This seems very like it's going to be very pub quiz, doesn't it? So, it's a little hard to read. Please choose a question block to load by placing the pointer over the button and pressing your left mouse button. The question block will then be loaded into the memory, ready for you to play all 100 questions. Go on then, take your pick. Ooh, so what do people want to go for? So we've got pop music, knowledge questions, Star Trek, next gen, so I guess that's the next generation of Star Trek, Doctor Who, so old Doctor Who, none of the new stuff. Probably a massive nerd. Definitely a very, very massive nerd. Astronomy, yep, massive nerd. Big movie questions. So if you know any 1995 or pre-1995, then we got that. TV programs. Obviously going to be British TV programs, so maybe people are not going to quite know. Red Dwarf and Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. Yeah, I would have thought it'd be HH. The movie Big. Yeah, Andy Gibson did the Amos Zine. Oh, that's interesting. Yeah, so they would be down to it. So do you fancy some Red Dwarf questions then? Obviously this is going to be, what's 1995? Geez, I'm not quite sure which ones would have been available then. Probably up to season 6 then, wouldn't it have been? If I'm remembering events in my life and 1995 and such. Ooh, gosh, it could have been. I think it was season 6 was the most recent one out then, but I'm not sure. But do we fancy the Red Dwarf questions then? You were 2 at the time. Yeah, I suppose that doesn't necessarily help. We can try, yes. I don't know if people are up on their 1995 pop and general knowledge and stuff. But yes. Red Dwarf, hey? Or, hey, it's like a Red Dwarf. By Andy Gibson. Click on help below for instructions. Click on anywhere else to get things rolling. I'm guessing it's going to be a multiple choice question thing. 95 pop. Well, if this 100 questions doesn't last long, Oh no, it's got a timer. I hope he's counting up and not down. Anyhow, start. Game on. Press start. I did press... Who was Holly's counterpart in Parallel Universe? Do people know? I know. I'm going to give a little bit of a chance for people to figure it out. It was Hilly. Press start to continue. In The Last Day, who gave Crichton an earring as a present? Oh gosh, it sounds like a Lister or a cat thing. Ooh, I'm going for cat. Oh, there we go. 10 points. How many brothers does Rimmer have? Oh, geez. Is it just 3? You think 5? Okay. Oh, please. No, wrong. Oh dear. Press start to continue. What was Peterson's first name? Olaf. I know that one. Sorry, I should have given you a chance to figure it out or remember it yourself. Sorry about that. What was Cat's Wild West character? So this is 6. Anybody remember which one it was? The Riviera Kid. Pew, pew. Yeah. In which episode do we first meet Dwayne Dibley? Back to reality, isn't it? Yeah. So it definitely goes up to season 6. In quarantine, which bay were they quarantined? Oh, shucks. Anybody knows? I'm going to say C. No, it's not C. Oh, I think it was B. I don't know. I don't know what I clicked and what happened. Okay, start. In which episode did Kat meet Marilyn Monroe? Better than life. You gain 10 points. Which is the 3rd book of the Red Dwarf series called... Oh, no. I think it's going to be The Last Human, isn't it? Yes, there we go. I didn't read the books myself. Which planet did Lister steal hoppers from? Oh. Probably... Oh, dear. Titus? No, Mimas? There we go. I have some. In Marooned, what food did Lister hate the most? I think it's pot noodle. No? Yes. My click is not quite clicking, it seems. Press start to continue. What is the cat's middle name? Oh, superficial? Yeah, okay. In which episode did Lister give Rimmer 8 months of his life? I think that's... should be easy. Thanks for the memory. Which title was provisionally called Men of Honor? I think I know... Marooned, wasn't it? Because, yeah, it was the honour of... well, what happened at the end, or in the middle, but what Rimmer found out about at the end, I think. In Demons and Angels, what did Crichton and Lister create with a matter paddle? Triplicator, wasn't it? Because they had the 2 ships, the Demon and the Angel ship. Of course, that doesn't make sense if you think about it too much. Whose nose is used detection unit? It'd be Cat's, wouldn't it? I don't know if you're having enough time to answer these, but I don't have a lot of time because the time there is quite short. Who was Rimmer's perfect companion? Himself. That's okay. You never watched Red Dwarf then, Chaos. Which radio station could Crichton pick up on his left nipple? It goes Jazz FM. Cool. What is the cat species called? Felis sapiens. What question? 19. Oh dear. That's okay. Where do all the used calculators go according to Crichton? Silicon Hell, isn't it? Wrong. Oh, was it the Silicon Graveyard then? I'm on my last credit. Oh dear. How long on Red Dwarf was Lister in love? Oh, great. Thank you very much. Probably 4 weeks because... Oh... You have no more credits left. I was thinking Rimmer would try and put him down and say the lowest possible. Okay. Chaos, what do you think you might have a good go at? You said the pop, didn't you? Oh, hey, excuse me. Get a life. You're the nerd who put this together. Get a life. I know, a nerd calling a nerd a nerd. But Chaos, you said the pop music questions might be more up your street. And Stally, next gen, but we'll go for the pop music, and then maybe we can try the next gen afterwards. This is almost like Jackbox, isn't it? Not quite, but you know. We know how it works. Let's see. Game on. In what year was Rebel Yell a hit for Billy Idol? Oh. I'm relying on chat now. First answer that comes up. B. Wrong. Dear me. Nope. What was the highest chart position of Little Eva's classic 60s hit single, The Locomotion? Ooh. Anybody? 3. Wrong! Oh, I pushed C instead of 3. I'm sorry, you'll confuse me like that if you say things like that. I'm sorry. Say the letters. I ask kindly, because yeah, that's just going to confuse me. I'd have to do some translation between things and other things, and that does not go right. My left and rights, you know, it's the same part of the brain, I think. Where was David Bowie born? I'm sure people in chat. C. London. Correct. Start to continue. Can you complete the following song title? Time. What? I don't know. Anybody? See. Oh. Wrong, apparently. Either I ran out of time or it was wrong. I have no more credit left. Do you want to have a... I can tell you're not the clever... Well, this is very rude, isn't it? So do you want more pop, or do you want to go into the next gen? We can always go back to some of the other ones. Either or. So let's look at next gen. Let's try all of them, in fact. Because we'll probably fail very quickly on some of them. And so they won't be around for very long. Game on. What is Q's IQ? Oh, Answers, please. C. Wrong. Oh, dear. What is Worf's son called? Oh. B. Correct. There we go. In Power Play, name the starship lost over 200 years ago. A. These all sound like joke answers, don't they, for pubs in England or such. In which episode did Tasha Yar die? Well, spoilers, come on. Tasha died in... Oh, no. B, I'm sorry. My Streamlabs thing popped up in the middle of that. I was watching my this chat that appears on the screen, so it was typing it out slowly, and I forgot that I had one over. I've run on my laptop here. Oh dear. Right, well, let's go through all of them. Why not? I mean, this might be the last thing we're doing. The whole yeah, and this will probably be the last thing we'll do for the variety segment, and then we can get on to Quickie World and Katie Radio, where we may be finishing off Quickie World today, depending on how well I do for the last 1.5 levels. But anyway, knowledge questions. I said if I don't know, I'll look for the first thing that appears in chat. How many tiles are there in a domino set? Oh. Starly, any idea? A. Correct! Oh, well done, Chaos. How many sides does a 50p coin have? Oh, gosh. Is it 7? I'm gonna guess 7 if nobody else. C? Correct! Oh, well done, West. I couldn't think of it. What is the name of B.B. King's guitar? Oh, it's Lucille, isn't it? Sorry, I'm going to jump to these now. I had more of an idea with the Red Dwarf, so I gave people some time. But this, if I know the answer, I'm going to go straight to it because, you know, I don't want to waste time here. In which year was JF Kennedy's... which one was it? 63, I think? Oh, 63. Well done, Chaos. Because there was a Stephen King novel, Largest Planet. Oh, gosh. Could be any of those. B. Correct. Yeah, there's a Stephen King novel called, well, basically the date that Kennedy was shot, because it was a time travel novel, and that was kind of part of the plot, Wood saving Kennedy, you know, change things, and it did change things, but, you know, whether it was for the better or worse was, you know, another thing, and yeah, it's kind of interesting. Which of these hang from the ceiling? Mites, tights, or both? It's tights. Correct. Stalagmites are very mighty. Stalactites hang on tight. Or the other thing I mentioned a while ago, which I'm not going to repeat. Old pennies are in a pound. Oh, gosh. Anybody? No. Out of time. B, I think. It don't even have been a guess. I probably should guess right at the end, shouldn't I, if we don't get there. What colour was Max Headroom's hair? Was it blonde? I think it was blonde, wasn't it? I'll wait to see if anybody else has any other ideas. A. Max Headroom. You don't know Max Headroom? Well, there was a couple of things with Max Headroom. There's the Max Headroom incident, where it was a pirate broadcast on, I don't know where it was. But then there's also a TV show which was kind of spun off from that in a way. I don't think it was legally. Yes, I think Eminem has dressed up as a lot of people, but yeah, look at Max Headroom and the Max Headroom incident, and you'll kind of get an idea. It was very interesting, but if you like kind of creepy old TV kind of things, if you're into your SCPs and things like that, then it's probably going to be a thing for you. What was the world's first breakfast cereal to be sold commercially? Gosh, it was cornflakes, wasn't it? To help stop Wrong? Oh dear. Obviously it wasn't commercially then, was it? It was just old Kellogg trying to get his friends to stop, you know, that. What colour is chlorophyll? Green. Is this a trick question? Yeah, I wasn't quite sure it was going to be a trick question. What is your star sign if you were born on May 30th? Oh gosh, I'm not good at this. Anybody? May... A. Hey, come on, there we go. Gemini. Yes, I know somebody with a birthday around that time, so I kind of guessed at theirs as well, which was what most people guessed at. His brother that sold it after the health spa days. Sorry, we've gone through a lot of things here, and I'm not quite sure what that's referencing. How many sides are there on a dodecahedron? That's going to be 12, isn't it? Or dodecagon, sorry. Yeah, 12. Cool. Oh. 1944 Education Act spread to all. I hope it's not punishment. I'm hoping it's one of the last ones. C. Correct. Ta-da! I'm not quite sure how you're getting the British ones, Chaos, but you managed to get that one. How long does the American president hold office? Well, the current one, hopefully much less. I mean, you know what I mean. In what year did Britain change its currency to decimal? Ooh, gosh. C, you think? Oh no, I was going to go for 71. I'm not quite sure if that's any more right or not. Well, that's our general knowledge. That's okay, don't worry about it. I didn't know either. It would have been a guess for me at 71. Something might ring a bell in my head for that, but I'm not sure. So, original Star Trek questions. Let's get it out of the way. Because we've already done Next Gen, we don't want to repeat too much, but you know. Game on. Which regular cast member played number 1 in the original pilot film The Cage? Gosh. Nimoy? B? Wrong. It's okay, Scarlett. How does Spock pretend to kill Captain Kirk of the Enterprise incident? Ooh. Is it death grip or B, you think? Wrong. The last credit. We're not doing good at the original series things, are we? Only Epitaphial Shuttle Bay observation deck. I am completely in the dark here. Pick one. It wasn't that. Yeah, we're not very good at the original series of Star Trek. Go back to Space Invaders. Hopeless head. What a strange insult. No. Ooh, excuse me. So, Doctor Who. I mean, what do we want to end on? Because we've got Doctor Who, astronomy, big movie questions, TV programmes, or Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. What do we want to end on? Maybe the movie ones? So, you're useless at Doctor Who. I'm guessing movies like a ones which when people might more know of. Yeah, so we'll have the movie one as the last one so that, you know, most people can join in on it and such. I think we'll just go Doctor Who, astronomy, TV, Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, and then movie. That's kind of almost like one of the Tetris blocks, isn't it, there? Anyway, Doctor Who. I said that strange, didn't I? Doctor Who. Game on. In The Crusade, who played Richard the Lionheart? Oh, gosh. That one at the end sounds posh, so I guess... No, not that one. How many episodes did Patrick Troughton appear in? Gosh, he's one of the earlier ones, isn't he? I mean, like, right from the start. Let's go for 119. No. Last credit. Which Carry On star played the meddling monk? Anybody want to guess? No. Wrong. It wasn't Kenneth Williams. It wasn't... Kenneth Williams? No, I can't do a good Kenneth Williams. Never mind. Anyhow, astronomy. We may get this more correct, we may not. Anybody up on their planets and stars and things? Game on. What is the name of Pluto's moon? Oh, God. I mean, gosh, sorry. Charon? Yeah, it's Charon or Charon or whatever. The most luminous and distant objects in the universe. Pulsars, quasars, or neutrinos? Oof. I'd go for pulsars. No, oh. Sorry, Chaos. Didn't see your answer in time. What is the fourth planet in the solar system? Fourth. Oh, gosh. Is it Mars? It is Mars, isn't it? If it was Jupiter, we'd be done for, wouldn't we? The electromagnetic radiation and particles emitted by the sun cause molecules and atoms, gosh, in the Earth's atmosphere to become ionized. What is the resulting light display? Aurora, I'm guessing. Gosh, that was a long question. Yeah, the Aurora Borealis. Or is this located entirely within your stream? Yes. What's the most distant object visible to the naked eye? Well, Andromeda, do we think? Correct. I'm looking a little better at this one. The 4 largest moons of Jupiter were discovered in 1610 by... Gosh, he was around then. Galileo? I mean, Galileo just... You think Galileo... Oh, come on. Yes. Sorry, West. During which of the following is the diamond ring event around the sun found? Oof. Diamond ring. Eclipse? Solar eclipse? Lunar eclipse? Solar eclipse, possibly. Ob. I'm guessing you meant that it would be Pleiades star cluster belongs in which constellation? Gosh. Pleiades. A. No. Last credit. But we did better than the original series of Star Trek, so third planet in our solar system. Well, if nobody gets this. B. It is, of course, the Earth. F. It's the third rock from the sun. You know, that sitcom thing about the aliens. What is a system with two stars orbiting around a common centre of gravity called? I think I know. A binary system. Gosh, these stars and their binaries. Don't smash those binaries, though. Probably a bad idea. A giant storm found in the surface layer of Jupiter. I think I know. A. Well, red spot. Which is the largest, excuse me, of Jupiter's moon? Io, Callisto, or Ganymede? Gosh. A, you think. Wrong. Ah, dear. No more credits. All I remember about those is, you know, the whole thing in Red Dwarf, surprisingly, about Red Dwarf singing the Ganymede to Titan, yes sir, I've been around, and there ain't no place in the whole of space like the good old Toddling Town, Lunar City 7. I think that's all you ever hear of it. But there we go. So astronomy, you've got TV programmes, Hitchhiker's Guide, and then that. So British TV programmes, I'm sorry, Chaos, you're probably not going to have much of an idea of this. Come on, start. In which year did Crossroads, oh gosh, finish, oh gosh, before anybody's time, apart from mine and maybe Chaos's, but yeah. Oh, B, apparently. Apparently, well done, Chaos. I mean, I don't think any of us knew, but I guessed, and you did too. How many times has Ken Barlow in Coronation Street been married? Oh. Oh no, it wasn't that many times. Who is Peter Parker better known as? Well, I guess we can all get this one. At least. Peter Parker. Spider-Man. G. What is the name of the character that Adrian Mole's dad ran off with in the TV series? Oof. Anybody know Adrian Mole? Go for... Yeah, Doreen. Oh dear, so I'm just making sure I don't have to pay any attention to any notifications. Nope, I think I'm pretty good there. Who is the host of A Question of Sport? Was somebody Coleman? Is it Bob? No, it wasn't Bob. What national park did Yogi Bear call home? I'm sure some people can get this one. Where he went for his picnic baskets. Who played the part of Eddie Shoestring from... In what? Gosh, let's just go for Jack Lord. No, it wasn't Jack Lord. I have no idea who Eddie Shoestring is. Anyhow, Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. What would have been available at this point? I think the radio, obviously the books, or some of the books at least. Ooh, I have a thing happening. What is happening? Oh, thank you, Chaos, for gifting a sub. So very nice of you. Over to West. show called Shoestring. Oh, that kind of makes sense. But yes, thank you, Chaos. Now Wes can use my very nice emote. There we go. Wes can use the emote that they made themselves. How does that feel, Wes? Oh dear. But it's a very good emote, and I like it very much, Wes, so thank you. Yes. Giving the ability for the creator to be able to use their creation. Okay, so yeah, I think there's like a BBC radio play, BBC television series, and the books up to a certain point. Obviously not the most recent film, but yeah, let's have a look and see. So I think most things that people know are going to be in here about Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, and probably a lot of things that people don't know. So, who was chasing Zaphod Beeblebrox? I think I know. The Galactic Police. Da-da-da. What is Trillion's real name? I know this one. Tricia Macmillan. What was the name of the spaceship that rescued Ford and Arthur? I think I remember. Heart of Gold. Yes. What was the second worst poem in the universe about? Oh, I can't remember this one. I'd say it was going to be Mucus, because that sounds not great. A, C... Oh, A apparently it was. Sorry, sometimes it doesn't click when I tried to click. Who got left on McGrathia for everyone's... I think I know. It's obviously going to be Marvin, isn't it? Marvin, the paranoid android, who's so very sad. Pangalactic Gargle Blaster. You think Zaphod? I was going to go for Slarty Bartfast, but... Oh, it was Zaphod. There we go. What colour was the spaceship that was stolen from the restaurant at the end of the universe, I imagine? Black? Does that sound right? I'm going for black. Correct. Because I think it was like really sleek and black, wasn't it? What was the depressed robot called? We already had this. Marvin the paranoid android. Come on. What union was Magic Thighs? I don't know this. Philosophers? Yeah, let's go. Correct, apparently. I can't remember that. Some deep lore, apparently, I'd go guess. What's on the front of the Hitchhiker's Guide? I know this one. Don't panic. I mean, don't panic. I mean, don't panic. It's all going to be okay. Which group wrote the theme tune to the Hitchhikers? Gosh. Santana, I'm guessing not. Mike Oldfield, maybe. The Eagles is a group. Mike Oldfield, not a group. Mike Oldfield of the Tubular Bells, that is, if you're not aware. Which ark did Ford and Arthur land on? Oh, gosh. B, maybe? B. I'm going for B. B arc. There we go. I wasn't quite sure, but it seemed to fit. What was the third book of the trilogy called? Oh no, the rest of one was the second one, wasn't it? So Long, I think, was later. Life, the Universe, and Everything. Yes, there we go. I'm sorry, Chaos. We'll get on to the movies, and maybe you'll have better chance. What was the name of the ultimate computer? Ooh, which? Ooh. Earth, isn't it? Yep, Earth. Sorry, spoilers! The voice in the Hitchhiker's Guide. I'm guessing it's in the radio or on the TV one. Yeah, let's try it. Oh, well done, West. How many suns did McGrathia revolve around? I'm guessing it's going to be more than one. Or was this like a fake Earth? Yeah, I don't know. I can't remember what McGrathia was. What was the Vogon captain's name? Oh. I'm guessing Jelt. It sounds about right. No, they had a strange, funny name. They had a second part to it as well, I think. How long did Arthur and Ford have to live after they were kicked out of the Vogon airlock? Oh, come on. I'm going with B if nobody else gives me anything else. C, you think? Oh, well done. How did they escape from crashing in the disaster area ship? I don't know. Teleporting, maybe? Yeah, maybe teleporting, because there was some teleporting going on with something. Trillion's job on Earth. Oh, gosh. Is it one of the last two? I think it was it secretary or reporter? You think A? It might have been a reporter. What do humans think is still a pretty neat idea? I think I know this one. Digital watches? Yes. What is the Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy? It's... well, it's a book, but I think it's more of an encyclopedia, isn't it? Wrong? Wrong? I guess we're going for basic things then. It's kind of like the wiki for space, isn't it, really? What was the Earthling's gullibility rating? Was it... would you put it as a full 10? You think a full 10? No, not a full 10. No more credits left. Okay. That's the end of that. Ah, come on now. Is that your best shot at this? Okay, we can have the movie ones. And then that'll be it. Big movie questions. Are you ready, Chaos, to have a crack at this? Who was the villain in the James Bond film, The Man with the Golden Gun? Oh, gosh. Scaramanga or Blowfield, I'm guessing. A. There we go. Oh. It was A, apparently. In Alive, what mountain range did they crash into? I'd go for the Andes if nobody else has any ideas. I have to go for the Andes. It was the Andes. Who directed Fire in the Sky? I don't know. I'd go for Steven Spielberg if nobody else wants to give a guess. Spielberg it is. Wrong, no. In The Living Daylights, what does smiert spionum mean? Death to the Spies? Big movies. It seemed more like it was going to be something like that, didn't it? Yeah. Who directed Ghostbusters? Oh gosh. Was it Spielberg? Or was it one of the other ones? Let's go for Spielberg. No. Yeah, I was thinking it wasn't Spielberg, but I was thinking it was like someone like, you know, Dan Aykroyd or somebody who would have done that, because they wrote it, didn't they? Dark Angel. What was the FBI agent called? I'll go for B if nobody has any ideas. Boop. What are these movies? Well, you know about The Living Daylights, don't you? And other things. You know, The Living Daylights and such. Anyhow, what do we do best with? Red Dwarf, does it look like? Oh no. Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. So it's Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, then Red Dwarf, and then General Knowledge, it seemed, was our best things. So I think, well, this has gone on a little longer than usual, but that's okay. And whilst the groovy music is playing in the background, I might as well reveal... The poll for when the Jackbox stream is going to be a Wednesday. I should have done the drum roll beforehand, didn't I? Shouldn't I? It should have been like, oh, Wednesday. But I didn't think of that. So yes, a Wednesday around 6 PM GMT. So basically, what we've just been over with the Amiga cover discs and this, what we've just been over with the Amiga cover discs and the quiz thing. This is what kind of time of day and what day that the first, at least, Jackbox stream can be. I don't know how long it's going to go on for, but we shall have to see what what happens there. So, yes, right. We'll get rid of the pub quiz music there. So that was ending on 56A, just in case I want to know. There's possibly some other things. No, I think that was the last thing on the disc, wasn't it? Yeah. So you have some other things out. You're excited for Jackbox. I'm very happy that you're excited, Chaos. So, anyhow, so we can now go over to Super Nintendo and Quickie World, and you can see I've got a fancy thing in the bottom there. Ooh, what could that be? I figured out how to make some things work. Unfortunately, it doesn't work with my usual media player, the one which I play. Yeah, I mean, we did play before, didn't we? I had remembered, but then I'd forgotten just right now. But we did play once before, didn't we? That was good. But yeah, so if I play music here, this is my usual intro, outro, whatever music. It doesn't appear on there, but if I play some other things, because this is in VLC, I found a plugin, TK around, yeah, they were good. But I found another music player called Fubar, which, if I make this window a little bit shorter, it really doesn't need to be that big. Move some other things around, but Fubar can give me some informations. Used to use that. Cool. So I have. Let me just actually load up the game first. So save lyrics. It does it? Oh, that's quite interesting. That might be actually useful. Or search lyrics. But if it has lyrics in there, I might be able to put some of my lyrics in. And if I can figure out some way to do it in a display, I could have those on screen as well. But we have Quickie World going here. I should update things, stream info and such. But if you've looked at the title of this stream, you might see what I'm going to do. You can add lyrics, can't remember. Yeah, I'll have to have a look into it to see if my fancy thing can read them as well. So make sure I've done this right. So if you've looked at the title of this stream, you'll know what my next thing that I'm going to say is. I have an album which I kind of forgot about, which is an experimental album. So the idea behind this experimental album was, it was kind of like on a forum somewhere at some point. Let's see if we've got the save in the right place. Yeah, we've got the save here. Let's just put this screen up to start off with. So the music in the background was like, we'd either heard what it was or it's like normal music. Anyhow, so yes, let's try and put this in order. Katie, do things in order as close as you can. So there was a forum. I'm not going to say what it was, but there was a kind of like a music challenge thing posted to create songs in your music creation software without ever listening to what you're making. Some people used music theory. I just used random notes because I thought that was kind of a more interesting thing, because it's like, if you're using your music theory, you think, oh, these notes sound good together, you don't get the experimentation there, I thought. So I just didn't plug my headphones in or had the sound down or whatever, and I kind of tried to structure songs in a way the songs are usually structured, but obviously, as I said, clicked in random notes and kind of had an idea of what the kind of idea was. Like, if I put a note above another note, it was like I wanted the notes to go up a bit, and then if I put one below, I wanted to go down a bit and such like that. So I kind of had the idea of like the contour of the melody and the kind of the general idea of what the rhythm was and such like that. So it's kind of like, but I didn't like stick to any kind of scales or whatever, because I thought it would be more interesting to see what kind of things came out, what kind of interesting intervals or chords or melodies came out if I just did randomly. So I created an album, which I only was trying to do one song at first, but this idea captured me so much I created an entire album called the Monte Carlo method. Now, I wasn't aware of this before I looked it up, but I was looking for interesting phrases or whatever to do with random words and or random notes or random things. And so a Monte Carlo method came up, and I thought that sounds really good, because it says on Wikipedia here, Monte Carlo methods are a broad class of computational algorithms that rely on repeated random sampling to obtain numerical results. The underlying concept is to use randomness to solve problems that might be deterministic in principle. So you can read the Wikipedia yourself on that. It's probably lost a few people anyway, just me reading that bit of it. But it's basically using random selections to get usable results, which, is what my idea for the album was, in a way. Just try to do something, get random, and see if there's anything interesting that came out of it. I think interesting things did come out of it. Some people may like them, some people may disagree, some people might be ambivalent towards them, but I like them. So I'll go through the track listing at the moment. The tracks should appear on screen when they come up, and you'll be able to see what the titles are. The first one, as I said, this was the first one I did, and I didn't know what it was going to sound like. I called All My Sympathies, which the longer version of the title is All My Sympathies to Those Who Listen. Because I didn't know how it was going to sound, so, I thought it possibly might sound bad, but I kind of liked it when it came out. Yeah. So the first track is called All My Sympathies. The second one is called Take Two, because, it was the second one. But I also tried to make it like a jazzy kind of thing, like Take Five. But I decided to do like a jazzy thing, go for Take Two. At least that was what I was trying to do when I was clicking things and not being able to hear them. Oh yes, and I picked like the instruments to start off with. I think I've got a drums, a bass, a lead instrument, and I think there's like a keyboard instrument as well. I kept them all throughout the album because I thought it was easier to keep the instruments which I know could be heard over each other and next to each other and such like that. And so I kept those settings the same, and I just changed the other bits and pieces so that, it makes something listenable. But anyway, it's Take Five. Then after hearing that one, I think I came up with the next one called Silicon Street, where I tried something a little more jazzy, perhaps. I don't know. I can't remember exactly what my thought process were. I can't even remember what most of these sound like. And I've got another one after that called Binary Canon, because I tried to make a canon. If you don't know, things like Pachelbel's canon, the thing. But basically, the idea of a canon is one instrument starts playing something, then starts playing something else, but a second instrument plays what the first one was just playing, and then you can add more and more instruments in like that. So the first instrument is playing a lot of different things. The second one is playing the exact same thing as the first instrument, but just offset a bit. It's kind of like a round, but more stretched out. So if you don't know what a round is, you can't think. Cannon's Mako Bang. And that was I did a music video for this. I did it in Flash. Remember Flash? Flash. But yes, I did a music video for it in Flash. You can find out, it's probably one of the earliest videos on my YouTube channel. I might post it in my Discord when I finish, or when I listen to myself back on this and remind myself, Katie, put that in my Discord. But yeah, it's called Binary Canon. So around as well, it's like, a whole row, row, row your boat gently down the stream, merrily, merrily, and you start singing row, row, row your boat. And when you go into gently downstream, somebody else starts singing row, row, row your boat and such. And then you get all the different bits of the song overlapping each other and such like that. So a canon is just kind of extended round kind of thing. Then the next song on here is called Ultra, but it's like small U, big L, small T, big R, small A. So it's Ultra. Next one is called Lisa. I'm not quite sure why. It might have been something to do with the random numbers again. Somebody called Lisa was involved with some random numbers. Or it might have been Lisa like the Apple Lisa, which was another computer, and they just kind of decided to try and write a love song to, the robots tried to write a love song. Because that's my headcanon of this as well. There's these robots involved in the thing. I don't know if I can bring up the picture of my robots that I drew. I'll possibly, if you look at the video, you can see the robots I drew. I might put that in the Discord as well. Anyhow, so then the next one after that's called Robocalypse. Pretty self-evidently explains what the title is. Next one is called LCM, which stands for Lowest Common Multiple. So I decided each instrument, there's 4 instruments, each instrument would have a different length of a repeating segment. So one would be like 5 bars, one would be like 6 bars, one would be like 7 bars long, and then you'd play them all until they coincided with each other again at the end, or they all ended together. So that's why it's called a lowest common multiple, because it's about the mathematical concept of, the lowest common multiple of like two different numbers, like the lowest common multiple of 14 and 21, because they can both be divided by 7. I think that's 7 is the lowest common multiple, isn't it? Or is it the least common divisor? Whichever one. I called it LCM. I might have given it the wrong title or whatever, but I called it that anyway. The next one is called the Monte Carlo method, which is named after the album. The next one is called Major Toms, because of course it's a pun, and it probably involves lots of tom drums in there as well. And the third, so the last one, which is the 11th song on the album, is called Prime. And obviously 11 is a prime number. So I'll stop waffling, I'll start playing things, and you can listen to my experimental album, which I didn't listen to whilst I was creating it, called the Monte Carlo method. So yeah, a little more jazzy, this one. Okay, oh no. This is complicated. Okay, I think I want that up there. I can't remember. Gosh. Well, I'm not going to get it right this time. Gosh, what do I want to do here? Let's try if I can shell jump. So I need something to bash into this. I need the shell over here, because I need that to go over that way. Tell me if this is too loud. I realise this is more experimental than other ones, so if it's too loud, please let me know. Right. So... No, don't break that. I want that up there. And then I think... This is not... Yeah, that's not going to get me up there. Because I think I need the Yoshi as well. Because... Yes, I need the Yoshi down there. I'll have to try and remember this. This is a puzzle. You... Ah, I think I know. Ah. Yeah. A little loud, you think? Okay. Can turn it down a little bit. Is that better? As I said, this is a little experimental, so... This is the binary canon, as you can probably see on the screen. Yeah, I've got to wait for it to jump up, and then I can kind of bounce on top of it, which obviously I'm not doing very well at the moment. Oops, bye-bye. How are people feeling about the music? As I said, it is experimental. Oh dear. You're good with it, that's okay. So it definitely could be hard listening for some people. Good vibes, okay, cool. That's almost Super Mario Brothers, wasn't it? Oh no, Yoshi, why would you go down there? I'm not sure if I can... No, I can't save myself and you. But yes, if anybody's not getting along with the music too well, it's a shortish album. Haha. I have to time this right. So... Wiggle, 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 wiggle. Now I've got to get him that little hop, I think. So I can get the Yoshi up there too. Kind of. Some I do, some I don't. I mean, for things like Metallica, it's difficult. I mean, some of the songs I like, and other songs it's just like don't really strike me so much. You know, it's kind of like, I think I'm more likes the you know, kind of punk songs. Oh dear. And that, but there are some kind of more metal-y songs which I do like. Right, okay. As I said, it's kind of like, I had a general idea of what I was, you know, doing with like rhythms and things like that, and the general idea of the contour of the music, but obviously the point was, you know, not to be stuck in... Oh, what are you doing? Not to be stuck in the, you know, normal melody and harmony kind of squares. Ugh. Yeah, the timing on this is not easy to do. I hope after all this I'm not doing it wrong. But we shall find out. Ooh, a key change. But you can probably hear why I called this Robocalypse. Yes. I think this is the LCM one, isn't it? Oh dear. Because because you can hear all the instruments doing their own individual parts. But they're all different lengths, as I say. And then when they mesh together, they end together. That's when it ends, I think. I think it's only one loop. Ah, dear. Oh dear. So I'll put out an open request here. You don't have to use your points or anything for this one. I probably want to put an album on because I don't have the playlist set up, which I have on VLC. I don't think I can transfer VLC playlists to Fubar. So I might just put one of my might put one of my albums on. So if anybody has an idea of which album they want, let me know. You want Boxcraft, okay. That's the one that's up on the Internet Archive and is linked in the music thing, all of them. Well, we can start with Boxcraft and see how we get. But yes, Boxcraft is the one that's currently, with a couple of others, upon the Internet Archive. Oh. Oh, this is the Monte Carlo method, is it? I thought this was going to be the Tom's one, because it... Oh, this is the Tom's one. You can tell why it's called Major Tom's, because it's Majorly Tommy. Oh, now we're up here. What now? Because I won't be able to get back up here, will I, if I just... do I want to just drop the Yoshi off down there? Grab this. Whew. Puzzles. Actually, let me put this down. Oh no! I just wanted to put it down. Cool. There we go. Drop. Ah, no Yoshi, why? Well, actually, I can do that, can't I? I think like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. I don't know what I'm doing here. This is prime, isn't it? Maybe there's another prime number in here as well. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Probably 13. Ooh, offset. So I want this, I want... Oh no. So I feel this is going a little bit Radioheady, you know. I think that's it. So yeah, that was the Monte Carlo method. As I said, completely experimental one. Let me then try and find Boxcraft on here. Gosh, yes, this is slightly awkward, but I think I have another way of doing this. Where is... Oh, Boxcraft isn't in there, so I have to do it the awkward way. Okay. Put that one, and that one, and that one. If you haven't heard Boxcraft, I did some kind of creator commentary, excuse me, of it. When I first played through, I'm not quite sure which... 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Cool, it's in order. I'm not quite sure which stream that was, but yeah, anyway. So if you haven't heard it before, it was recorded, what was it, 2008, I think it was on the, says on the Internet Archive. So around about 2008, I think it was. So it was before I knew I was trans, before I tried anything with my voice. So this was me being lower pitched and stuff. But yes, anyhow, so we have Boxcraft. Slightly more melodious. Oh dear. Everything I create gets done. Sometimes a little random part of my brain, and I try to make to beat the monotony. Try to create to have something unique to hold. That all the gold in the world couldn't buy, but it falls by, and so I'm starving artist. Well, I know I'm not the smartest, and I'll try to make it there. But why? 'Cause nobody cares. Artist in me wants to be an entity unto itself and be free, but doesn't know where it could be itself. Not a figment of my imagination, trapped inside a twisted world. I wanna let it get out, run about, make a mess, but come back when it's figured things out. But I don't wanna get too serious about something so fun. Why I chain this down when it needs to run free? So then I'll be starving honest. Well, I know I'm not the smartest. Well, I try to make it there. Slowly and surely, yeah, but nobody seems to care. Of course, people that do seem to care at the moment, so that's good. Thank you all. Do I need an audience for my private dancing so they can see everything? They just want noise. And I know. Wiggle, wiggle. Oh! They just started to jump there. And you have the on-screen text as well. I like that. I like that it's working.
Step by step, I hit them all. I trip
Up on each step and fall.
and each new step hurts slightly more. A look is an angel lifting me on high. Got caught by an angel and now I can fly.
But why?
Is my angel letting me go? Oh no.
Ah!
By step
Missed it.
again, and on these steps I will.
Remain, and each new step brings me new pain. Oh, look.
Is an angel lifting me on high. Got caught by an angel and now I can fly.
But why is my angel letting me go?
Oh no, here we go again. Step
I'm quite proud of that solo.
I walk them all. I take each step with one
Foot fall, and each new step is easier than before.
Oh look, here's an angel drifting on by.
I might
Join that angel when I learn to fly. Then I'll be an angel instead of a guy.
Oh, come on.
Till then, I'll just take one step at a time.
Yes, the last few lines there were not meant to be trans, but you know, looking back, I didn't mind that that's what I was singing, so you know. Oh no, off yosh. So now, if it needs to be able to hit the block, so it probably doesn't want to be off screen. No, oh Yoshi, oh you do drop it, good. Whew. Bump. Oh, come on. Bit louder, okay. He's somebody else. Put the shout down, Yoshi. You're so beautiful, you can't you be yourself? Oh no, Yosh, why? But yeah, I need Yoshi to do the jump down there. A little shell. Right on the edge. Hey. Ah. Ba 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 ba. Display. Hello, Andy. Oof. I hope you're having a good day. Hehehe. Yes, I have an emote. Oh no. Yoshi, why? I have an emote. Do you like it? Yes. People shouldn't be too surprised to see Western Style around. I do know them. But, you know, I'm grateful that they decide they want to watch as well.
Are you just confused? Or are you being deceiving?
Do 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 do. You take and leave. You take and leave. Eat the yellow shell. You get a stomp. Yes. I'm not sure if that's useful here. Is it useful here? I mean, do you know something, or are you just saying? Because there's a possibility it works. You may know something. Ah. Sorry, I've been doing it, obviously, the one particular way. And, you know, so this is a run back, so... So if I do that, and... Ah! Oh no! So what do I want to do if I want to do that? I want to jump on the Goomba. Or do I want to pick up the shell first? That should be okay, shouldn't it, actually? Okay. Yes, even though I've seen some speedruns of this or playthroughs, it's... don't always catch everything. So if I grab this then, and I do that, and then... Oh, is that gonna let me... No, not like that. Ah, right, so you've played it. Okay. But yeah, it was working the way I did it, but if this is like more reliable, once I get it, of course. Okay, so back over that way, back and then jump. Ah. Well, I'll try and learn this. Oh dear. Okay, cool. So, once I stomp, am I just jumping straight away again, or waiting a little bit? Stomp jump, okay. And I don't want to stomp on them, I want to stomp by them, yeah? Okay, cool. It's kind of the idea I had. So, lick. Oh, I confused myself. I apologise. It's like I discarded the wrong information. Oh dear. Banana in my room. I'm not too bad. I was feeling rough-ish earlier, but that's doesn't seem to be affecting me too much at the moment. Oh dear. Oh no, that did get it. So jump start. Oh no. I know. Ah, no. Ah, come back, Yosh. If I hadn't have panicked, then I may have been able to save that. Yeah, I mean, I don't think I'm, quite 100%, but doing what I'm doing at the moment doesn't seem to make things work. Because I kind of had like an itchy nose, and it's kind of like been itchy in my throat as well, slightly as well. Another cat pick. Oh, thank you very much, Starly. And so, like, breathing too deep might cause problems, because I think I nearly started coughing a little bit from that earlier when I was laughing quite a lot. So if I do laugh quite a lot, then that might cause problems, but I haven't had such an issue at the moment. And because of my general issues with fatigue, any kind of little illness can just kind of... no. Ah, no. Ugh. Any kind of little illness can make me even more fatigued than usual. It's a very good cat. Whose cat is that? Oh, is it your cat? Oops. Miss Marcy, oh, that's very nice. Of course, you're not obligated to at all, but if you wish to post any of the pics of your cat in my Discord, you're very welcome to. Oh, come on. Oh. And I feel we haven't really delivered on the promise of possums for Chaos very well. I mean, Chaos has been doing a good job of posting possums, but if you do find any, obviously you know Chaos is the person for for possums. 3 cats, wow. Ah. How many cats did you have again? Or did we have again when when I was with you and then whatever? Starly? 4, yes. Sorry, doing counting and trying to do all the rest of this as well is difficult.
So when it came, I was not prepared for
now, am I? Oh, there we go. Cool. So, okay, so then Yoshi should be able to just do a spit and then poof, up there. Now this. That's jump. That's Yoshi jump off. Okay. And, oh. Oh, well. Yeah. Oh dear. Yes, that was a shock. They were lovely kittens, but it was quite a surprise. Oh dear. We did name them after cats from Cats, but some of them got renamed, didn't they, later? When you asked on their anniversary, or the 3 years, is it? Yeah, 3 year, on their 3-year birthdays, did you get pictures of all the cats or not? 3 out of 5, okay. Oh no, because Rum Tum Tugger kept their name, didn't they? I'm still in my old way of doing this. And we kind of... Would you say misgendered Misty? They are they? Cool. Or would it be missexed? Because nobody truly... Yeah. Nobody truly knows what the gender of a cat is. Yes. It's a bit like their, you know, the real name as in the cats. You know, the cats themselves knows what their true name is, also what their true gender is. Of course, T.S. Eliot didn't say that, but... Or Andrew Lloyd Webber, depending on if he wrote that instead. It wouldn't be Andrew Lloyd Webber, would it? Because he doesn't write the lyrics. Never mind. Anyway, what I mean. People who know what I mean know what I mean, and those don't. Look up The Musical Cats or Old Possum's Book of Practical Cats by T.S. Eliot. Almost the same thing, but not quite. Yes, I don't know. Chaos, you asked earlier about metal stuff. This is possibly the most metal song I've written. I don't think Chaos has an opossum, unless I don't know, but Chaos certainly likes pictures of opossums. And possibly is an opossum themselves. Yes. Banana, banana. It's only one letter difference.
Given the tools but not something to make, and from the first give and take not given a break. Only mundane if you follow the rules, and sent right round the bend if you suffer the fools. Driven up the wall.
Cool. Ah, you like it, do you? Cool.
Think they're a jackass, they probably are. Listen to me, it might help someday. Don't listen to
Okay, I think I get it.
Don't hate my advice or that from others as well. Of course that applies to what I'm telling you now. Do what you
Okay,
want,
thank you very much.
but you stop and smell flowers, but don't get on your knees. It doesn't make sense when no one said if it would. Confusion's all part of the fun. See dog run.
The stomp jump does feel a lot nicer
See dog run.
now that I've kind of got the idea of it. Doesn't quite work the way I would have expected it to, but it still is mostly reproducible.
Don't leave it to fate, but leave all alone.
Oh.
Don't beg it, but sit up when they throw you away. Come to your senses and go with the flow. If you follow the crowd,
Oh, cool, you're thinking of making one yourself, are you? A hack.
You must look out for number 1. See dog run.
I'd like to try and keep tabs of what everybody in, you know, the Kaizo and stuff community is doing, but cool. But obviously there's a lot of people and a lot of things happen. And technically I'm still on Quickie World. As I said, I have played Quickie 2, Super Soul Sting and Start of Akagare, but on stream at least. We're just on Quickie World at the moment. And then up. No, we need to be able to see. Ah. Oops.
Sea dog run. Sea dog run. Sea dog run. Run dog run.
Yeah, I don't normally do like rap kind of songs, but this song just seemed like it needed to be. So it's like what I posted and mentioned before, posted in the Discord and mentioned before about the I'll listen for what's missing and I'll put it there thing. But really, if you haven't watched the that poem that I posted in my Discord, I would recommend it. And if you don't want to look in my Discord, that's fine. Look up Reeves, R-I-V-E-S, a TED Talk, and it's called like Mockingbird.
You make me spin like a well-oiled dynamo. You make me scream like a wounded animal. You make me drop when I want to get up. You make me stop, drop, roll and sit up. I beg like a good boy on my knees, but you just please yourself and tease. Oh, you make it
Oh dear.
hard to get by. You make it easy for me to cry out. You make me spin like a well-oiled dynamo. You make me scream like a wounded animal. I wished I felt better, but I ended up worse. Now I scream your name and it sounds like a curse.
Yeah. Song kind of about a breakup, so, you know. Maybe I could have been nicer, but it's kind of how I was feeling at the time and whatever.
I grit my teeth and close my eyes inside. You make me swing like a well-oiled dynamo. You make me scream like a wounded animal. I don't regret, but I try to forget, 'cause it makes me mad that you want it like that. Oh.
And yeah, in my songs here and there may be words which I wouldn't use nowadays, but I think in a lot of ways these songs show growth.
Crying out loud, we cared so much, we think disavow. You make me spin like a well-oiled dynamo. You make me scream like a wounded animal. You make me drop when I want to get up. You make me stop, drop, roll and sit up. You make me choke like a careless Philistine. You make me care like a man with no heart. You make me turn like milk on the side. You make me sigh for the millionth time. You make me whine and you make me resign. You make me bitch and you make me pine. You make me shake like a naked Eskimo. You make me fail like an awful truly show. You make me spin like a well-oiled dynamo. You make me scream like a
Yeah, some very strange metaphors that came up. You make me fail like an awful TV show. Don't you just hate it when you just keep messing up the start and you've already gone through a lot of the level already? It's like I probably should have got this by now. See, I want to get some speed, but not too much speed there. And just... oh no. Just getting that's awkward. Okay. Whew, now we're here. That may have been a strange sound. Thank you.
I lie there counting sheep. Or maybe I'll count the cracks upon my ceiling. I could paint that now, I know, but I'm no Michelangelo.
Let's do a bunch of saves.
The thing I paint would have no soul, no meaning and no feel.
I always like going just a little over the top of these saves. Inspiration gone. But
If I could
one more level left.
find the day my music died, I wouldn't have to play my song by moonlight.
Called White Moth Lair. I'm not quite sure they're a hack creator or streamer or who they are.
I look to try
I think they might be a hack creator.
but all I see
Apologies that I do not know.
my night watch my
Have to carry on for now. Watch the swans dance gracefully on the lake. I might just pause this here just so we can hear what music we've got to listen to in the last level here. Ooh. We'll listen to this for a bit. Ooh. Yes, this has an aesthetic. Oh dear. Ugh. It does look very cool. Yeah, I mean the palette itself is not too bad. It's these regrabs and such. Oh, maybe I don't need a regrab there then. Yeah. What's the tiniest? I'm trying not to tap my load state button. You want to know now, do you, Scarly? Well, my demonstration, as I have been doing before, is if I just jump to the height of my jump, and then when I'm at the top, I let go of the button, I fall like that fast. If I keep the button held down, you'll notice very imperceptibly, but very, very much perceptibly in game, you can see that Mario falls slower. So this is me holding the button, and then if I let go of the button, they drop a bit faster. So re-grabbing is if you do a jump, like a small jump here, but at the top of the jump, you push the button again, so you do like a slower fall. Oh, so it wasn't Starly, it was Star's Cast, sorry. I always get those two names mixed up, because on the on-screen thing, they're both the same colour, and obviously they both start with Star, so... Okay, cool. I know some people struggle with trying to explain that. Oh, dear. So yeah, maybe I just want to... Yeah, wait for it to get maybe a little bit further. Oh, dear me. Oh, dear. Because at some points I just don't think I'm going to get it, so I try to compensate. Yeah. Jed did give me the name of the on-screen display they use. I still haven't looked into that, because I was trying to get the on-screen music display working. Cool. Have you decided whether you wanted to do that on stream or not? But yeah, for vanilla SMW, you don't need... Oops. Oh, cool. Yeah, for vanilla SMW, you don't need to know about the regrabs or much of the tech that you'd use in a Kaizo game like this. Yeah, I think I might need a little regrab there. And then not bounce off... Oh, dear me. This is very tight. If that's what I have to do. Yeah, I mean... It's possibly not as difficult as it might look. If you're... You know, because I know you tried to learn to play guitar, and if you like things like, you know, Guitar Hero or other timing-based things like that, it's kind of similar. I mean, it's a bit like Celeste as well. And Celeste is actually the game that made me think, oh, maybe I can do Kaizo, actually. Celeste is a lot of fun. And obviously, trans rights. A little bit more time. Thank you very much, Ty. That's cool. Is it going to be like a teaching thing? Or is it just going to be accessible? Yes. And obviously they have the accessibility options in there as well, so if it is a little bit tough... So yeah, Quickie World is possibly... Oh, I completely missed that other one. Quickie World is not the easiest, but it does have shorter levels. And it's supposed to obviously be done quickly in a way, because that's what the name is. Yeah, I think I only used it in one place, but that's more to get the idea of what to do, because everything was just going too fast for me to actually understand. Ah. Okay, because what is it? It's either Kaizo Kindergarten or Learn to Kaizo, which has like a re-grab practice section, and I was just having a real struggle getting through that. Oh, that's cool. I mean, You'll probably find out when you're making it. I mean, I had I had a puzzle game that I made. Should probably find a way to link that, like maybe in the Discord as well. But I had a puzzle game I made that I might actually play on stream as well, just to test myself against myself, to see if I can remember the puzzles. But yeah, so I obviously had to make some levels for it, and I kind of didn't have any idea what to do. I just, in sometimes just putting random things down and see what the interaction was and seeing if I liked that. Oh dear. I see you, Thwomp. But yeah, seeing if I liked the interaction. I think the midpoint is just over there, isn't it, actually? But yeah, seeing if I liked the interaction and what you had to do and such. Other times I had like, okay, this is a vague idea, or this is like what the level is laid out like, and then I tried to fill in the gaps. So I never really went into something thinking, oh, I know exactly what I'm going to do with those puzzles. Oh dear. It's just kind of like, what haven't I tried yet, and that. Now I'm losing, I'm losing whatever I was doing. Ugh. Yeah, I tried to do that in Lunar Magic, which, if you don't know, is the... For people who don't know, obviously you would know MB, but for people who don't know, Lunar Magic is like an editor for Super Mario World. It's how all these hacks are made. I tried, doing something in Lunar Magic at some point, and it was just like... I don't know, there's a lot that's already been done. And obviously not having the full knowledge of a lot of different games, a lot of different Kaiser games. Oh dear. Actually having played them and kind of had a feel of what kind of things I like and don't. But yes, this is the last level. So, as I said, I think there's a checkpoint, and I think we were kind of a little bit away from being able to see it. With songs, it's... I don't know. I mean, recently I've been having a harder time coming up with things, but, previously, oh dear, what I'd done is... I'd just been thinking of something and thought, oh, that sounds, interesting or strange, or perhaps, I don't want to say inspirational, but, there would be something that I thought of, which I thought, oh, that's kind of interesting, and then it kind of worked itself into, like, a lyric. And then I think, well, how can I expand on that? What is this song actually about? How can I expand on these lyrics? And that's obviously where I kind of come up with the lyrics and things like that. And with, coming up with, like, other songs, mainly I did it on the guitar. And whilst talking about it, we've heard enough of this song, I think. We get the idea. It's a very nicely put together song. But we want to get the KT radio back. Yeah, it's kind of like I've got this little idea and I kind of like expand upon that, so whatever makes sense. I probably want to go back to the start of this one song really when I get into it. But yeah, when I'm making things up on guitar, like riffs, sometimes they popped into my head. Other times it's just I was playing around with my guitar, and occasionally like a keyboard that I had, which I don't have with me at the moment because I don't have a lot of space for it. But I was kind of playing around with it, and it's like, oh, that kind of sounds interesting, and then just kind of, as I said with the lyrics, just finding that thing that's interesting and then just expanding upon that. Sometimes it's easy, sometimes it's hard, but yeah, and sometimes when you got stuck on the music, sometimes the lyrics can help you out. If you like write some more lyrics, you're like, oh, this needs to go like this. Or if you're stuck on the lyrics, sometimes the music can help you out, and it's kind of an iterative thing. But yes, So anyway, so we're carrying on with Boxcraft. We're starting again with the track we left off on, and this is called Where Has My Inspiration Gone?
A little bit of night music comes to me in my sleep. I wake up and see the sunflowers on my windowsill. Lisa smiles at me while I drink down my coffee to calm the scream inside my head that makes me want to go back to bed and back to sleep. I lie there counting sheep, or maybe I'll count the cracks upon my ceiling. I could paint that now, I know, but I'm no Michelangelo. The thing I paint would have no soul, no meaning and no feeling. Where has my inspiration gone? If I could look and I could find the day my music died, I wouldn't have to play my song by moonlight.
I think that might be pretty much right there.
But still leave me in the cold. I look to try to find a light, but all I see is a starry night. My night watch might have to carry on for now. I watch the swans dance gracefully on the lake. My macabre dance is slow, and I get nowhere, I know. My memory disintegrates, the persistence of this state. Where has my inspiration gone?
See, I'm not the best at playing piano, but it worked well enough.
Where has my inspiration gone? I'm sure I had it yesterday, but now I cannot find the words to sing to my dismay. I take one look around me, and everything seems wrong. Where has my
Oh dear.
inspiration gone?
Such a small fireball there. The bleeps and bloops. Oh.
So school was built in the middle of nowhere.
Ah. Took on all of us. Ba, 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 ba. Just lining it up. I was preparing myself to jump. And showed us where us kids were meant to be. And then, oh, is this the midpoint? No. Or was it the midpoint? I can't remember. Maybe it's not. No. I thought there was a midpoint. Maybe there's a midpoint I put down for myself there at one point. Just to kind of get the idea of it, but... no. Okay. Ah. Bam 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 bam. So this is one of the riffs I came up with in my head. It rarely happens, but... ba ba.
Infrequently it comes to me so far apart in density. I see the stars far out in space. The void between you can't erase. I feel myself falling through the holes in my safety net, and I'm confused. I've been refused by something I thought was solid and stranded and started. The mountains rise up far away from me. Lonely peaks as far as I can see. The map to which we all are made from is so full of empty space. The atoms sit so wide apart, they interact by some black art. I see the past in all its glory, recited like a lonely story.
Hey!
The sequel isn't coming easily. The mirage wavers distantly. The mountains rise up far away from me.
Lonely peaks as far as I can see.
The galaxies spread far and wide with no connection. Light years of break-up space in each direction. Left out in the elements with no protection.
Oh, come on.
section. I climb the foothills tenderly. My feet are raw, my eyes can see. I'm stumbling out in the rain. The cold at least will numb the pain. I fall down and you give your hand to help me up, and then I thank you. I look around, the sun is shining. I turn around to see you smiling. The mountains rise so far away from me.
It is a little rough, yeah. I could have done with a checkpoint, as I say, but...
A way to find a mountain.
Down under me, lonely peaks as far as we can see. So yeah, there's one song left on here. If anybody else has any ideas of what they would want to hear, maybe just say like earlier or later or classical or whatever. That should be enough. What's the actual lyrics to this? There are some, aren't there? Is it? Alas, my love, you do me wrong to cast me off so discourteously, or something like that. Do 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 do. Green sleeves was my heart's desire. Green sleeves, yeah. Green sleeves was my something. And who but my lady green sleeves? At least there's some lyrics that I saw at one point. Their telescopes. But, ooh, fence post. Oh, thank you very much, Scally. They could not prepare. To the leaders, the papers and broadcasters. It's hard to see those things pop up, but I need to be aware of it. The star shining, but there wouldn't be any more light. The brightest day would turn into the darkest of nights. So yeah, kind of disaster song, kind of maybe catastrophizing, perhaps. Public panicked. The media tried to blow it all out of proportion, but it was already sensationalized far beyond anything they could ever have managed. All they could do was write the truth. Sassing on the media there, but you know. Oh no. Ah. Oh no. We stare at the star and eventually lose face. Kind of gruesome, but you know. I know. Any more light, the brightest day would turn. Oh, hello. Darkest of nights. I should probably drink water. You're right, Streamlabs. And I don't know where I got the idea of doing a lot of these like disaster songs from, and the kind of, you know, the, I wouldn't call them spooky songs, but you know, like the In My Room and the Midnight Thing. They all kind of have a similar kind of idea to them. It's nightmares, disasters. I don't know. As I say, possibly part of it is through the catastrophizing, which might be a little bit of what's going on here, but you know. There's
a spy in our camp, and I know that they've been talking, saying something when they should be saying nothing, keeping notes when they should.
Please, where are you going? Yeah. I'll take your word that you're true. You know I trust you. Take it by faith, I am too, and so I must. You question my integrity, 'cause the walls have ears.
And when everything's said and done,
I'm going to select what's next. Me and the fence post. You know you wouldn't either. I think the fence post has been saying things it shouldn't have been. Did I put this in the right place? I'm not sure I did. Covert and quick.
And we chase for curtain twitchers, locked up the doors and resisted taking pictures. Swore a blood of signed and sealed and cast in.
Sorry, I'm trying to put some other ones on here. Is that not working?
Where was a rat scurried and went squeaking? Where was a tap they left on that started leaking? How did the word get itself beyond these walls?
So I'm trying to add more songs to the playlist, but it doesn't seem to be working at the moment. Why can I not do that? Well, I'll try in a bit. Oh, that's why maybe. Oh. I was trying to add songs that were in a zip file. That wasn't going to work. You say it's upright, but it's plain as for fools. Stake what's left of my reputation on this. I do like this solo as well. And uh-oh. No, no. I think the fence post has been saying things. Things it shouldn't have been. Ah. Bum, bum, bum. Ba-na. Ba-na, ba-na. Oh, And oh, come on! So yes, at least now I have the names of the songs upon the screen. I'll need to actually put my playlist back together again, so I can just do a shuffle and such, but shouldn't be too bad. I'm glad I have the on-screen thing working, and maybe I can alter it and whatever. I mean, it's not in the greatest place as well, you know, whatever. I've really, as I say, been working outside the boxes. Come on, Thwomp! Thwomp! Go to your room. Yeah, but I've been definitely working outside the boxes with my my overlay thing, or underlay as this kind of is. And if there are any bots or anything watching, no, I don't need help with overlays. I have a very friendly artist who can help me. Ba-da-da-da-da, ba-da-da. Okay. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. I tried too many hee-hee-hees then and ran out of breath. Spike ball. Why do you have to do me like that? Ba 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 ba. Diddly-dee. Ah. Ah. Ma 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 ba da ba. Sha na 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 na. Da na 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 na. Ba na 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 na. Ba ba da da. Ha ma na ma na. Sha ma na ma na. Ba da. Going a bit scattish there. Oh no. I think I'm supposed to jump straight up there, aren't I? And what's with those clouds I can see there in the darkness? There. In the darkness. This doesn't quite work, does it? A cloud hovering. Not falling anywhere. Oh dear. It's a shame I can't really do cover songs, isn't it? Because of that whole blooming copyright and stuff. Okay, Just get quite high there. Ah, Mario, why you hit your head? Mario. Sorry, Flood's voice is entertaining to me. Yeah, that definitely gets very high there. Not a possum dating simulator, no. I mean, I'm guessing that there is a possum dating simulator. Because I know there's a pigeon dating simulator. Oh, fish! Why do you have to? Pigeon one is good, yeah. There is, and it's the greatest game ever made. I'm glad you're enthusiastic, and I can understand that you being enthusiastic about it, Chaos. Yeah, that's probably an interesting thing. Is that kind of thing up your street, West, or do you do you not want to go near that? Possum dating simulator, okay. It's kind of a point and click, isn't it? Hee hee hee. You'd probably play it, cool. Because West finished off Sniv Adventure last night. It was a very nice tale about a dinosaur who gets lost and ends up being... Well, I don't want to spoil it. I'm not going to spoil it. But they get... Well, I don't want to spoil it. It's a nice game. Let's say that. It's probably not as sinister as I'm making it out to be. A lizard of culture. They are indeed. And what is the highest of high culture but possums? I don't like you when that happens. Hamana 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 ha. Ma 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 ma. Yep. I always miss that when that part comes in. Do do do. Banana, 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 na 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 na. Of course. No, please. Hehehe. The possums carry all the information. Okay, that. You are going to try and trip me up and... Now what? Oh, why? Why? Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh. Yeah. They can... I mean, outdoor dining is the in thing now, isn't it? So... They're only keeping up with the times, darling. Oof. Shoop. Shoop you as well. Then jump over, then... Afternoon tea. Wow. Just imagining a possum with a little pinky finger sticking up while holding a little cup. Ah, why? Spin round more. The most sophisticated of possums. Come on. Burp. 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 Cool. And... Whew, oh dear. Wow. It's not appearing on my screen for some reason, but that is a rather amazing emote. I don't know why that wouldn't be appearing on my my on-screen display. Oh dear. Hee hee hee. Hee hee hee. Sure, all you had to do was ask Brad very nicely. Oh dear. Wow. It's a lot of bits. I would say yes. I mean, I'm not saying that I could be bought off like this. I mean, I'd have to speak to my artist. Because ultimately I don't make the emotes. Well, yes. I see it's a very serious dedication. And that is to be respected. Come on, we don't want to exploit anybody here. Well, yes, of course, it's got to be dramatically presented, I think. you know, through the medium of Twitch chat. Wow. Yeah, I mean, I haven't got any goal set at the moment because I'm still working on the other ones. Obviously, we'll do a Jackbox stream soon. And I'm thinking maybe unlocking more remote things is a good idea, but I haven't really, you know, got that sorted yet. Goal Possum Dating Simulator. Well, that is a good goal. Oh dear. It's free, wow. Oh dear. Ba 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 ba. See, now you can see the title of the songs, the ones I gave them. I called this Rolling because of the drums. It just sounded like it was rolling. Oh dear. Wow. Secret possums. Yes, I may or may not have a look at that then. Not just because you've requested, because, you know, it seems cute anyway. Yeah. So the problem is there's just lots of good games to play. And yeah, with my kind of wanting to you know, cover a lot of retro games and that as well, you know, there's a lot of them. And of course, there's ones I wanted to share which I haven't done, which, like, as I said, the Dizzy series. It's like, I wanted to share them for a long time, but I just could never bring myself around to figuring out what to do with the first one properly. Yeah, but probably get back to it in the stream and that. Yeah, Minecraft is good though. But yeah, so I might expand from like retro and Kaizo at some point, but at the moment I've got enough on my plate with those. But, you know, if any special circumstances come up, oh no, please. I can maybe look at some other things. Or if I just want a little break, I suppose, as well. Ugh. Oh dear. Oh, I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to get this. I mean, there is the midpoint, and we have seen the midpoint. And this playlist goes on longer than... No possums, no. There's going to be axolotls, which is good. Yeah. I would at least like to get to the midpoint, but obviously I can't. It kind of looks like an axolotl. I can't really, Sorry, I forgot what I was saying. Yeah, I think there was about... Nope, I'm concentrating too much. Yeah, I'd like to be able to finish this, but I normally set a limit of 4 hours. I mean... I don't know, because obviously I've got to pay attention to what my mods and that are interested in. Starly and West, how do you feel about either stopping at 4 hours or going on. It's not a 24-hour stream, Chaos. It's not going to be. Yeah, of course, no. Yeah. I mean, obviously if I don't get tired of it myself and achy enough and whatever, then I'll obviously call it when it's too much. But, you know, it's kind of, I don't know. This kind of feels nice and fun and everything at the moment, so, you know. I mean, if I do get the checkpoint, then I'm definitely not going to be doing more, apart from just to have a look at what's next. But, you know, I was hoping to try and finish this today, but obviously it's not necessarily going to be done. Oh no. But yeah, I'm thinking of, you know, I've set my limit to about 4 hours, and you know, I had been considering if I had changed it. Oh, hello, what's going on? Streamlabs has got it as well, huh? Well, thank you very much, Streamlabs, and thank you very much, Chaos. I'm sure Streamlabs is very grateful to you, Chaos. Yep, completely forgot what I was saying. I was about their length of time, yeah. Because I'm thinking, you know, just try and, like, gradually increase things if I feel like I can. Now I can all use that, yes. It's a very good amount. Everybody should be able to use it. But yeah, it's just like increasing the amount of things I'm trying to do. And, you know, 4.5 hours doesn't sound like it's going too much over 4 hours. And since I'm not, you know, trying to overwork myself by doing the clips things as well on time and all that kind of thing, it makes it a little easier for me in that respect. I don't generally get a lot of clippable moments out of the Kaizo, so... Okay. Yes, Starly. Starly is usually the voice of reason in these things. It's often wise for me to pay attention to what Starly says, though I don't all the time. Starly is a good. Okay, yeah, that's sensible. I mean, it's finding your boundaries and such, and I think I found out that 4 is something I can cope with. I think you'll agree with that. And of course, this is part of the reason I'm doing streaming, is to, you know, not, well, kind of push my limits, but, you know, not overly so. Just make sure I'm doing something rather than nothing. Do you have $10 of Monopoly money? we're talking about money, Monopoly money. I don't know if anybody else here knows of the author called Jasper Fforde and the books or book series called the Thursday Next series. But they're very good. I would encourage people to listen to them. They're fun. They're about books and about time travel, and Wales is a socialist republic in the books, and there's a global megacorp called Goliath, and it's very interesting. But why that kind of brought, why Monopoly brought that up for me is one of the, you probably won't necessarily understand it if I say it straight out. If you're in a different country to the UK or whatever. But here in the UK we have certain, the places on the board are named after, London streets basically. I think they're all London streets, aren't they? So one of the characters in the Thursday Next novel is called Landon Park Lane. So if you know of English Monopoly, you might get that pun. But if you don't know, Park Lane is one of the, I think it's the last, the last square, the last property on the Monopoly board. So Park Lane is the one you want to land on, so that's why the character is called Landon Park Lane. It's very amusing. A lot of other names of people in the books are kind of like that. I said the main character is called Thursday Next, and surprisingly enough, there's not that much joking about with the name. So I just had the realisation, I'm playing a game. I think for the past, maybe 5, maybe 10 minutes, so it's just kind of maybe the last 5 minutes, it's just been kind of that's been, playing the game has been delegated to, a second processor or whatever. So I don't know how I've been doing in that span of time. But obviously that's part of what you kind of want, is to get it so that you're not really thinking about it so much. Oh dear. Oop, 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 on there. And whew, now let's not try to get this wrong. So this is probably just to see what's down there. Oh, that looks, oh no, that doesn't look nice, does it? See, this is where I think the regrabs come into play. So I want to fall as slow as I can. Yeah. So if I just... Oh, yay! Wah! Thank you. Let's do all the saves. Yeah. Well. So yeah, what do we have left on this playlist? We have quite a few things, actually. So I know a song is coming up that at least one person likes, and so maybe I'll just at least play until then, and I'm not quite sure if I'll play until the end of the whole playlist on here, but just have a look. Oh, it soars again. And little magical spinny things. Or not quite PlayStation buttons. Oh no, oh yes. Maybe not like that. Look. So that, and then, oh dear, yeah, it's a slalom, and it is a little bit tricky. Oh, shush. No jump. And then, ah. So yeah, that slalom is very awkward. Oop. So yeah, I'm not quite sure if I said earlier or not, but we're going to try and get the Jackbox thing arranged for next Wednesday. I will make a Twitter post and all that kind of thing about it, just so anybody who's not here can know about it. But yeah, so next Wednesday, what date is that? Oh, the 32nd of November. That's not helpful. How many... What's a week's time, somebody? ba ba bum, ba boo boo boo. Ba 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 ba. Ooh. Ba ba ba. Oh, where are you? Where are you? Ah, 2nd of December. Okay, so yeah, hopefully we'll try and get the Jackbox thing arranged for the Wednesday, the 2nd of December. So I usually use my fingers to figure out how many days months have. Because if you don't know, you can do that. I might as well. I don't have a camera. If I had a camera, I'd be showing you on that. But your left hand, if you hold it with your palm facing towards you, you've got your index fingertip. And you put your one finger on your index fingertip, and that's January. And then you go into the little gap between your fingers, and that's February. And then back on the tip, and that's March. In the little valley thing, that's April, and so on. So you got January, February, March, April, May, June, July, which is on your little finger. Then you go over to your other hand, your other little finger. That's August. And then September, October, November, December, like that. So yeah, November falls in the little gap. So that is 30 days. The rhyme is not very useful for me. It's like 30 days as November, April, June and November. Wait, hang on. That's not it. Which one did I get wrong? Or did I miss one out or what? Problem is they rhyme with each other too well. I'm going to turn the music up just a little bit, just for the next song, because I've heard that the next song slaps. And I know you'll all want to enjoy a nice song that slaps. Aha. Ooh, hello Bowser. Nice to see you. Whew, pipe. I think this might be the end. Fortunately, it's a fairly nice boss. There might be a bit of flashing, I apologise for that. We ready to end this? Oops, no, come over here. Ooh. Let me actually just pause this because I think it's important to have the music on. Mario caught an infectious exotic disease while on vacation and died. Princess Peach passed away of a broken heart a few days later, plunging the Mushroom Kingdom into disarray. Yoshi stole all of Mario and Peach's possessions and is yet to be seen by anyone. Thanks for playing. What is love? And all these people involved or getting shouted out. Yes, some people on here not as great as other people, unfortunately. I won't name names, but so I shall see what my times are for all of that, but oh, sorry you were in the shower. Hopefully not a copyright strike for this. I don't know if it's very similar or not. Thank you. No thank you, Valdia. It's a very good game. I don't know if there's anything after this. There might be, actually. Yeah. I think maybe the end screen is a, pixely kind of, maybe slightly gruesome, if I remember right. But yes, that's Quickie World 1. Let me see, rough estimates of times, because I wasn't timing myself, obviously I didn't have a counter. But I have, timed roughly when I started playing and when I stopped playing on streams, and also kind of went a little bit more into when I started the level and finished the level. Baby, don't hurt me no more. Okay. Here we are. So, I'm not sure whether I should have this music going on in the background while I announce times, because just in case I have to blank this out, or it gets blanked out for copyright reasons at any point. Maybe it's best that I wait for this to go by. Resnor, we did not see you, I don't think. Resnors do appear in other Kaizo hacks. But I feel I have earned a nice parade of Super Mario World enemies here. Okay, maybe this isn't the gruesome one. That might have been a different hack I'm thinking of. But yes, we can mute the sound again on here, or at least because I want to hear what the next thing is when it comes up. But if I click away from the window, it should stop playing it anyway. So yes, as I was saying, I've been adding up times for this playthrough here. So adding I think it was like 2 hours 15 minutes. The 2 hours 15 minutes that I spent today on this, I think that nicely actually brings it up to 20 minutes. Not 20 minutes, 20 hours. Yeah, about 20 hours for this playthrough this time. Which I think my first playthrough took me like about 30... I think it was slightly more than 30 hours, because I started playing it on one emulator and then moved to another emulator, and then I started counting up the time. Yeah, not 20 minutes. That's the people who are very good at it. So obviously I don't know what my times were between checkpoints and things today, but adding things up, like the first level is like 1 hour 25 minutes for the first part, 10 minutes for the second, and then that's the Run Forest. No, Gumbo Jam was 30 minutes. Then Run Forest was first part 1 hour 25, second part 10. Glitz Cat Lake was 10 minutes first part, 20 minutes second part. Terminal Velocity 10 minutes for the first part, 35 minutes for the second part. Link to Edge was 35 minutes and 30 minutes. The Tower of Power in total over 2 streams was 1 hour 25. Colour Code Cove was 15 minutes for the first, 27 minutes for the second. Chuck City 15 minutes for the first, 26 minutes for the second. Oh, excuse me. Inferno 16 minutes for the first, 32 minutes for the second. Yellow Dwarf 30 minutes for the first and 4 minutes for the second. Everything is Fine 1 hour 16 and 1 hour 52, so that was a long one for me. Surfing was 1 hour 3 minutes. After the amount of time I spent on it last time, that's a victory in itself. Barb's Ship Hole is 45 minutes and 1 hour 18. And then the Rainbow Road, the first part of it was 1 hour 8, and the second part of it was however long it was today, and then the White Moth layer was however long it was today. But it's roughly about 2 hours added to that. All those bits I've added up from the individual levels adds up to... Oh, I don't have the total. I think it was a little bit less, more like 15 hours or such. So I might be looking at, even though then in that kind of time I might have been waffling, changing songs, all that kind of thing. So really, I'm probably looking about 17 hours now, which is kind of like half of my original time. Not quite, but close enough. Plus last time I when I was playing by myself, I did use some save states at some point just to kind of practice the section first, and then go back to the start and go through it without using the save states, just to do it all in one shot. So I possibly would have spent even more time on certain levels if I hadn't used the save states to practice. So I think I've kind of like halved my time to about 17 hours or something then, which isn't bad. I was trying to do some more calculations and things, but obviously without actually having a timer on the screen and such like that, I can't say exactly for sure. But yeah, there's a lot of waffling and all other things in there, and not playing the game at some point. So I think 17 is a good thing. So yeah, I was kind of hoping to finish this today, but I wasn't quite sure exactly what I was going to do next, because I can do it on here, can't I? Schedule. No, that's not how you spell it. Oh, come on. Schedule. Maybe I need an easier word to spell. But, so, next stream is going to be Friday, 1:30 UK, 1:30 PM UK. And that's going to be main, so that's going to be some Dizzy, and then some some practice, and I'm not quite sure what my practice is going to be. Then I could go on to Quickie World 2. That might be a good thing to do. Or I could try and see if I can do some of the Shadow of the Beast for, 1 or 2 streams. See how well I do at that. But yeah, I don't know. I'll have to think about it. And obviously, I'll have to think about it by Friday here. So I don't know, because then the next time I do this thing, as I said, we're trying to get hopefully going to do the Jackbox thing on Wednesday of next week, 2nd of December. So hopefully we can get things set up for then. If we do get it set up for then, I don't know how long that's going to go on for. I mean, we might want more than probably definitely want more than the hour and a half, which I normally do my variety for. If I'm normally going for if my average or what I'm doing at the moment is kind of more like 4 hours for a stream, 2 hours for Jackbox, is that enough? I don't know. If we're still having fun and all that kind of thing, we may carry on and just not quite do the practicing that day. So maybe that's a good time. If I do go on to something else, maybe that's a good time for doing the Shadow of the Beast run instead, if I do that. Thanks for the stream. Yeah, I'm eventually getting to the end of it, but I'm just kind of wrap up my thoughts and that. But yeah, it's this Quickie World, good game. If you're trying to get into Kaizo, maybe one of the first games you play at least is, or maybe the second Quickie World, so Quickie World 2 is maybe a game you want to play first, because this has sourcing in it, and that is a sticking point. It was a sticking point for me, as I said. I probably about 15 hours on it last time, and 1 hour this time, so wow. But yeah, so that's kind of my thoughts and everything at the moment. And so shall we? I kind of want to finish off start the Rage Over a Lost Penny again, so that may be the song that I play things out with. Oops, no, don't do that. That might be the song I play things out with today. So it's a bit longer than usual for my outro songs. Do we want to look at maybe trying to do a raid or such? Thank you very much. I know somebody I can raid, because I haven't had the chance to do it yet, and this will be a wonderful time to do that. So I will start playing. Well, actually, I'll turn it down a little bit so I can carry on talking over the top of it. I should start playing this. And so I'm not finished quite yet, because this song can play out so people can actually enjoy it in the background. I don't know, anything else I need to say. I suppose what I can say is, as I said, the nice emote. Oops, if I can spell right. Can't even spell my name. And if you have some channel points, you can also do other funky things, which is not appearing in my on-screen text. But you can do that kind of thing. So yep, I've got that, and that was, as I say, made by my friend there, Bradford West, who's been in chat. So next streaming on Sunday it will be, won't it? Usually around 8 PM GMT, so about just go a couple of hours back from whatever time it is for you now, and that time on Sunday. Also, tomorrow, I think it's probably going to be tomorrow, isn't it? Yeah, they're funny alterations as well. Also, there's Stars Car. No, that's not how you do it. You do shout out first. This is the way to do it. So There's also Starscast, who's been in the chat, who's another one of my friends, and they do like mostly car racing games at the moment, but might be doing other things. But on Thursday, so that's tomorrow, I said if you go 2 hours back from whatever your local time is now, it's like that time that show is starting. And it was possibly going to be SnowRunner tomorrow, I'm guessing, because that's what she was doing last week at least. And was playing Forza on Monday. So yeah, if you want to support my friends as well, see that's SnowRunner, yeah. So that's that. So yeah, we're about halfway through the song now. I think that anything else I should say, Starly, I don't know. You know, my brain's slightly leaving me at the moment, so anything else I should say at the moment, Starly, that you think I haven't mentioned? You think I'm good? Yeah, so I will play out the rest of this song. I shall get a raid ready, and please try to stay around for the raid. I'm going to pass you on to somebody who's absolutely lovely. You are awesome, Starly. And Chaos is a good, and Radford West is a good, and Starscast is a good, and NB is a good, and if there's anybody else who popped into the chat today that I didn't notice, they're goods too, and the people watching who haven't commented, if there are any, you're all goods too. Excuse me. Starly is awesome. So yes, I shall go to my exit screen, finish off the song here, and once that song is finished, oh no, wrong one, that one, we can do a raid. But thank you very much, and I shall see you all next time.